You're live.
Good evening. We welcome to the March 2nd Planning and Development meeting. I'm the chair of the P&D committee, Jason Grow, and with us on here is the vice chair, Valerie Gilman. We have also Councilor Tracy O'Neill as our third member. We have Councilor Tony Gross sitting in the background, as we do also Councilor O'Hara, Councilor Worthley, and that's about it right now. There you are, Jeff. Hi. We have our ever capable Sherry Carvelis will be taking our minutes and keeping us all in line. We have a great deal to try to get through today, so we're going to get right to it. I'm going to say, yeah.
I just wanted to comment that we have a quorum of the full committee.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Consistent with Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, this meeting will be conducted by remote participation. The public may not physically attend this meeting, but every effort will be made to allow the public to view and listen to the meeting in real time and participate when necessary. If you are calling in on a phone, you can press *9 to request to speak. If you are watching on a computer or a device, there is a raised hand button that you can tap or press to request to speak. Please use either of these options to be recognized to speak. Even though, as you rightly mentioned, that we have a quorum of the City Council tonight, we are not going to be taking comment from the public. We've had a lot of opportunity on those, except for the public hearing, which we will have. So just understand that the majority of tonight's work will be done with the subcommittee on the zoning amendments later on. Who else do we have on the call? That's about it. So the first issue of on the agenda is the public hearing, PP number 2021-010, request by National Grid to install one JO pole on Emerson Avenue, beginning at approximately 90 feet west of the center line at the intersection of Lincoln Park. And with that, we have some Betsy Cardarelli. Is that who's going to be joining us?
Yes.
Okay. So with that, we're going to open the public hearing. Just so people who are watching it at home understand that public hearings for utility poles are completed at the P&D level and don't actually go to the City Council for public hearing. So if you have a particularly desire to speak on this at the public hearing, this is your opportunity. Excuse me. So we're going to open the public hearing. Have all the abutters been notified?
Yes, they were notified on February 16th.
Okay. We're going to invite the applicant to speak on behalf of the petition. And I believe, again, that's Betsy Cardarelli. So if we could bring her into the conversation. Hello, welcome.
Hi there. Thank you very much for having me this evening.
All right.
Our pole petition request for Emerson Ave is related to some service changes. There's some construction happening in the building. And in order for us to make sure that we have clearances from our service wire for the driveway that they're going to have in there and the vehicles that will be traveling under it, we're requesting that we put a pole in on the same side of the building. So that way there, when the taller trucks that are going to be passing by the service don't take down the service. We would like to avoid any type of incidents in that area. So we've requested for the pole on the same side.
Okay. Is that it?
That is
all
it.
Right. That's
our
short and
reasoning
sweet of
for
it. Okay. Well, let's see. Does anyone want to speak in favor of this petition? I should look at the attendees, shouldn't I? Seeing none, would anybody like to speak in opposition to this pole placement? Nope, don't see anything there as either. Very good. We have received have we received any written communications?
Yes, we received one from Michael Hale, the Director of Public Works, and I'll share it and read it.
Okay.
A second.
I'm gonna hold for 1 second if we could. If there's no objection to suspending the rules for a moment, I just noticed that Deb Taylor put her hand up. when we were speaking about those speaking opposition, and it may have been a delay. So I'm going to allow her to talk if that's what the, if she's speaking on this particular issue. Ms. Taylor? You need to unmute yourself. Deb Taylor? No?
She's on the screen, but she's on mute.
Ms. Taylor, you need to unmute yourself, and if you want to speak on this. All right, well, we've got Beverly Palmacci. Would you like to speak on this issue? Your name and address for the record.
Actually, I just had the question of how do you know who's attending? I didn't notice if there was any place to let you know how many.
I know, but we're in the middle of a public hearing about a National Grid placement.
No, I realize that, but
Yeah.
previously you said it looks like no one is in attendance, so I didn't know if we had to say raise hand to say that we were in attendance. I have
No,
nothing.
I don't think I said that, or I meant to say that. I was.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
fine. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Sorry about that. We'll go back to written communications. Sherry, you want to read the letter from Michael?
Sure.
Thank you.
February 3rd to the P&D Committee from Michael Hale, Director of Public Works, regarding application poll petition 2021-010 for Emerson Avenue. Counselors, Department of Public Works has reviewed the above mentioned application by National Grid and Verizon New England, Inc. to construct a line of underground electric conduits, including the necessary sustaining and protecting fixtures under and across the public way named below. Emerson Ave, National Grid to install one JO pole on Emerson Ave, beginning at a point approximately 90 feet west of the center line of the intersection of Lincoln Park. Also for permission to lay and maintain underground laterals, cables, and wires in the above or intersecting public ways for the purpose of making connections with such poles and buildings as each of said petitioners may desire for distributing purposes. In an attempt to maintain the quality of city roadways, the Department of Public Works requests the following be required of the applicant. Number 1, notification to the Department of Public Works 72 hours in advance of the proposed work. A construction schedule will be prepared by the applicant for review and acceptance by the Department of Public Works. Number 2, proposed excavation may only occur during accepted road opening and construction season, 15th of March through 15th of November. Number 3, in the absence of a detailed construction plan, the Department of Public Works requests all proposed conduits and appurtenances shall be placed so as to cause minimum conflict with existing underground utility services. Number 4, all excavations must be secured at all times. Number 5, all excavated trenches shall be patched flush with the surrounding asphalt using hot mix and asphalt binder at the end of each workday to minimize pedestrian hazards. Asphalt shall be applied in 2 lifts of 2 inches totaling 4 inches. Number 6, sidewalks must be restored with like material immediately after pole set. Number 7, all final paving shall be done in consultation with the Department of Public Works and agreed upon final paving plan executed by the applicant. Should you have any questions regarding the conditions requested, please do not hesitate to contact my office.
Okey doke. And that's it on the written communications?
That is it, yes.
All right, very good. Any questions from counselors?
I have none.
No?
Nope.
No. I would have one question, actually more of a request. I can do it at the end of the thing. I'm a big proponent in getting rid of double poles. We'll talk about that at the end of this, if we could, just for a moment.
So,
Um,
Counselor, there is a hand raised. I don't know if it is someone late coming to the public hearing, but it's from an Ann Siegel. So I would be comfortable if you, through the chair, decided to suspend the rules of procedure just to hear what her, if she wanted to participate in this.
All right, I'm fine with that. We want to let Ann Siegel speak to the issue of the poll petition. Ms. Siegel, name and address for the record, please. Ann Siegel.
He was unmuted when she first came on and then it muted.
Yeah, I see. You can see. Be a long night at this point. Ann Siegel, did you want the poll petition?
I have a question about it.
Yes.
And now it's off the screen, but is it 9 inches or 9 feet?
I'm sorry, is what 9 inches or what 9
I don't
feet?
know, one of the first sentences on that page, which I don't have in front of me, but it's the numeral 9.
Sherry,
and-
can you?
Yeah.
pop that? Oh, that's the patching of the roadway?
It's on the first or second
Right.
line of the proposal.
90 feet west of the center line?
90 feet west of the center line, that's feet.
Of the intersection of, yeah, it does say 90 inches, actually.
Oh, wow.
I'm gonna ask Betsy to correct that. That's supposed to be 90 feet?
Yes,
I-
and
I-
I'm not sure if this is our document. My easement sketch that we submitted, let's see. Let me just read this. It does say 90 feet, so I believe that may have been a typo.
Okay,
I'm not sure if that's our document. I'd have to see the title on it.
we'll just
I'm
make
not-
sure that it says 90 feet in the motion. Thank you very much, Ms. Siegel, for the eagle eyes there.
Oh, you're welcome.
Did you have any other questions, or was that it?
That's it for now.
Okay, that's great. All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Let's see, what do we have here? No other questions to the councilors. Well, good. All right, we're going to close the public hearing.
Counselor
And-
Deb Taylor that raised her hand, RN.
All right, well, okay, last one here. We do have a process for a reason. Let's, Ms. Taylor, would you like to speak?
Hi, can you hear me this time?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Deb Taylor, can you give your name and address for the record, please?
Certainly. My name is Deb Taylor. I live at 2 Griffin Court on the corner of Emerson.
Okay,
When I received this, I'm curious to know if you showed a map as to where the pole was going to be. I understand it does say 90 feet west of the center line, but I don't know exactly where that is located.
Sherry, do we have the packet map, the map that was in the council packet?
Yep. One
Let's see if we
moment.
can put that up for you. Is there, you're just looking for a citing question?
It is a citing question to see if it's going to interfere with my property.
Okay,
It's on page 9 of the packet, Sherry.
Yep, I have it. One moment.
And I apologize prior, I was on my phone and it wouldn't let me unmute.
no worries, it's fine. So the citing of the poll, Ms. Cardarelli, can you explain to everybody what we're looking at?
Yes. For the purposes of a sketch like this, I did not actually draw in the buildings when I drafted this petition sketch. So what I was hoping to do is pull up another file that I have to show the building. But if you were looking at the building, standing in the street, looking at this Emerson Ave address, there is a driveway to that property. The pole that's going to be set, there is an existing tree that's there. So where you see my pole for my new pole,
Mhm.
directly to the left of that is the driveway entrance. So it's more to the middle of the property than it is to each end of the property. So I'm just trying to find this other file and I
Yeah, why don't-
apologize.
That's fine.
I did not have it ready, so.
So it's directly across the street from my front wall. Is that accurate?
Based on this plane here, it's actually about 1.5 feet to the right of the existing tree that was on this customer's property. I'm not sure if they've taken it down yet. It is to the entrance of their property.
You're at 2 Griffin Court, is that right?
Correct. I am right on the corner.
But on the opposite side of the street?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So and that's why I wanted to see a property map to see exactly where it was going. And I understand you're talking, it's going to be underground. So this whole area will be dug up.
No, this is a pole request.
Okay.
This is a pole that's going in front of this property for the purposes of electrical service.
Okay. And it's similar to the poles that are out here now at this time? I
Correct.
looked at- Okay. All right, thank you for the clarification.
All right. Are we good, Ms. Taylor? Is that fine?
Yeah, I understand it better now. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right. So if we can lose that, we'll get back on the motion here, reading of the motion. Counselor Gilman,
Yeah, Counselor, did you close the public hearing?
we have not yet. This is a hot mess, isn't it? Yeah, let's close the public hearing since there's no other questions from the counselors. So we'll close the public hearing and now we will have a motion to waive the reading of the conditions.
Okay, I move to waive the reading of the conditions listed in the motion as they were included in the letter submitted by the Director of Public Works as read by the Clerk of Committees, and I so move.
Second,
Second, okay, motion has been made and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Nope, we'll do a roll call vote. Counselor Gilman,
Yes?
Counselor O'Neill,
yes,
Counselor Grow, yes. That pretty much takes care of the motion, and now we'll need a motion on the actual poll itself.
I move to permit Mass Electric Company, known as National Grid and Verizon, New England, to locate poles, wires, and fixtures, including the necessary sustaining and protecting fixtures along and across a public way, and to install one JO pole on Emerson Avenue, beginning at a point approximately 90 feet west of the center line of the intersection of Lincoln Park. Installation of one JO pole and all the appurtenances as shown in a plan, including in the application dated July 26th, 2021. And I so move.
Second.
Yeah, hang on a second. Just want to make sure that includes everything that was in Michael's letter to
Yeah.
us, and it is. So, okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? No? Any discussion? All right. With that, we will have a roll call vote, and we'll start with Counselor Gilman,
Yes?
Counselor O'Neill,
yes,
Counselor Grow is a yes. That takes care of that. I would ask you, since we have you, Ms. Cardelis, excuse me. Is there a possibility of getting a current up-to-date list on double poles in the city of Gloucester? I'm always eager to get those down as much as possible, and I know there's always resistance from National Grid to do it. But if we could get a current list, that would be wonderful, and maybe a plan of action on how we can address those.
Yes, so just to give a quick explanation on double poles, we actually own our poles jointly with
Right.
Verizon. Our agreement is that National Grid is the installer of the pole. Verizon removes the old pole. So once we are off of it, it is the responsibility of the communications companies to do their transfers. So it's National Grid first, then typically Comcast, and the last person off the pole is Verizon, and it is their responsibility to take the double pole.
Okay,
So currently, it's my understanding that that process is being reviewed because I know that it's been a hot topic and been a problem in a lot of cities.
Yeah.
We don't have any control over the time frame, but I think that it is being addressed. I can look into it and see if there's any word from supervisors on whether any changes have come up or timeframes on removal and whether or not a list could be created. We wouldn't be able to create the list, unfortunately, because once we're off of it, we then submit everything. And I'm not sure that the system that we use to notify them that we are done would be able to generate that list. But I can definitely look into that and find out
Right.
if it's a possibility.
I would appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Not
right.
a problem.
Thank you for coming tonight. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
All right, so we are on to the second. As I mentioned, my printer chose tonight to die. So I'm going to be stumbling around here on my computer.
Counselor Grow, just want to let you know, Counselor Nolan has joined the call as well.
Counselor Nolan, so we definitely have we still maintain a quorum. Welcome, Counselor Nolan. We are on to the 5K race road closures. Let me just find out where it is. There we go. We have Carol Meyer, I believe, from the
Yep.
YMCA to speak on that. So The floor is yours.
Thank you for having me again. We're excited to have a live Fiesta Road Race again in Gloucester. And there's no changes from 2 years ago. Everything's exactly the same. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
All right. Are there any questions from the counselors? You all excited to race in the 5K? Yeah. All right. Well, if there's no questions, I have no questions. I know that you've either been or you are going to the special events committee, correct, for all their conditions that they normally require?
Yes.
Yeah. Have you already done that?
No, I missed this meeting the last time because I didn't get the email, but typically I do this one first and then the next one is the
Okay.
final approval.
Right. And the race is on June 23rd, 2022.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yep, it's the Thursday of Fiesta.
Excellent. All right. With that in mind, Councilor Gilman, would you like to read a motion?
Sure. I move to permit the KPN YMCA on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, to hold the St. Peter's Fiesta 5K road race with the following conditions. Number 1, certificate of insurance. A certificate of insurance naming the city as an additional insured party is on file with the city clerk's office. Number 2, road closure plans as follows. Streets are to be closed as the runners go down starting at Stacy Boulevard, Western Ave to Rogers Street, Main Street, East Main Street, Porter, Wall, and back to St. Peter's Square. Applicant must have police, fire department approval of any road closure traffic plans 30 days before event, including any police details. Applicant and its staff must comply with specific directives of the police chief for managing runner traffic. Roads to be closed are to be marked with signage directing the public as to the duration of the closure and alternate routes. A route map must be provided to the city council. It's in our packet. Any substantial changes as determined by either the police or fire chief or their designees to the route or related to safety issues will require city council approval. Number 3, refuse and comfort stations. All refuse and recycling due to this event must be removed by the organizer. Any portable toilets with 2 handicap accessible are to be provided and maintained by the organizer, placed the evening before the event or early on the day of the event, and removed by 11 p.m. the day of the event if applicable. 4, emergency services are as determined by city EMS director. 5, staffing. Event staff is to have cell phones and to wear distinct shirts. A list of event staff and cell phone numbers to be submitted to police, fire, and DPW departments before race day. 6, responsibility of the KPN YMCA. It is the sole responsibility of the KPN YMCA to ensure that all required documentation is timely filed with the appropriate city departments. Failure to comply with any of the conditions may result in permit revocation. And I so move.
With a second?
Oh, sorry, second.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion?
Just a quick question on the staff cell phones. How many of those do you need? Like me as the race director or all the staff?
You've done this before. How many typically have?
I've always done me.
How many
Right.
staff do you usually have working with you on the event?
At the beginning, 8.
Okay, well, I would
Because-
guess that you're going to want to be able to communicate with them. So I would.
I mean, I communicate with them. I just don't know, do you need them for the police to communicate with them?
No, I think it makes more sense that you.
Just me. Okay, that's what I
Mhm.
thought. I just wanted to clarify.
May I just comment?
Yeah.
The conditions specifically say a list of the event staff and cell phone numbers need to be submitted to police, fire, and DPW departments before the race day.
Okay,
So that would be everybody then.
okay.
Any other discussion? No, we're good.
I'll just add that I'm excited to have this happening. So thank you, Carol.
Yeah, thank you. We are too.
If I ran, I'd be there. Roll call vote. Counselor Gilman,
Yes.
Counselor O'Neill,
Yes.
Counselor Gross says yes. Very good. Excellent. We're getting through it tonight. Thank you very much, Carol Meyer, for being here.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
You as well. Without objection, I'd like to take items out of order tonight. I'd like to move up the special council permit 2022-002. Next, the third item on our agenda is going to take a fair bit of our time this evening. So I think in order to get this applicant through the process here as quickly as we can, we would just go ahead and start. Is there any objection to that?
None.
No. Okay. All right. Well, with that, we have Meredith Fine, Attorney Meredith Fine. I just want to find my thing here. With an application for a conversion to a multifamily apartment dwelling, 7 or more units. You want to start off tell us about your application.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Meredith Fine, 46 Middle Street, representing 222 Main Street Holdings, LLC. And I thank the chairman from the bottom of my heart for moving me up the agenda. May I share my screen?
Please do.
So I'm just going to briefly walk the committee through the application. It's very similar to one that I had in front of you last month, where we're just trying to make an existing situation legal. This building has been a 7-unit for decades, and nobody noticed that it did not have a permit from the city council. Until 222, the owners of the LLC went to purchase the building, and in the process of doing the title, we discovered that there was no permit. So the lender agreed to close on the condition that I would obtain the permit. I would pursue the permit after the closing. So that is why I'm here. So the only permit on record for this building is as a 3-unit. The building, I'm sure you'll all be familiar with it, is, here it is. It's already, the new owners have already painted it. This is an old photograph. The building is a very attractive sort of beige color now. So I'm sure you've all seen it. And the lot, so at least since the 60s, the building has been a 7-unit. In the file at the building department, there were 2 letters from previous owners attesting to the fact that the building had been 7 residential units, at least since the 60s. There are 3 commercial units on the 1st floor, 7 residential units on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors. And here's the site plan. And here's the lot. It's basically built to the property lines and beyond. Right here, there's an easement for this encroachment, so it's legal. But as you can see, the building is, the property is pretty built out. So we're just asking to confirm what's already there, what's been there for longer than I've been alive. That there's not going to be any effect on traffic or the natural environment or utilities, because nothing is changing. It's just exactly what's there now. So I am happy to answer your questions.
Go ahead, Councilor Gilman.
Thank you, Attorney Fine, appreciate it. So I have a question on the requirement of creating one of these units to be affordable, now that for apartments with 6 or more units are required to have 1 unit that's affordable. We used to have it as 8, but now it's down to 6 as of this past year.
Can you define affordable? I mean, they're all affordable.
It's 511-4. It's the inclusionary housing ordinance that requires a unit in a 6 to 9 unit building be dedicated. I believe it's the 80% on the 6 to 9. If it were more units, it'd be more, it would be a percentage. So this would trigger the inclusionary housing requirement to have at least one deed restricted unit. It would be helpful to know, since you said they're all affordable, what the range of rents are that are currently being, and how, and for what.
I do know, at least some of the units are subsidized now, and I know that the owner likes to rent to veterans.
Mhm.
So I don't think that there's any appetite to condoize this building, for example. But I'm happy to get you that information.
Okay,
Jason, with your permission, could we
Yeah.
ask Greg Catamatori just to speak to that right now? So we make sure that we're doing what we need to do as oversight through the chair.
Greg, you have any comments you'd like to make on this?
Well, I thought I had another 10 minutes to finish my dinner, but
You said, I said
apologize.
6 o'clock. I said 6 o'clock, my friend.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. My camera's not working.
Okay.
So I'll just talk for a minute. So again, the ordinance does specify that threshold, and I was not aware of what any pre-application discussion had occurred with the building inspector. But if it's a project that was not permitted as a 7-unit project, again with the 6 units being the threshold, the definitions of affordability and requirements of maximum rents are all defined by the state, and the ordinance requires that a unit under the inclusionary ordinance basically has to file with the HCD for a deed restricted affordable unit. So there's a bit of a process that goes along with that. If that's what's required. I think this is an unusual case where we've had something come in where, again, sometimes there have been discrepancies on a unit or so that have not been accounted for through a permitting process, but there have been records at the assessor's department and that type of thing. I haven't seen a situation where it's been, a jump that you're moving into another multifamily use classification, and also one that's potentially triggered the inclusionary ordinance.
So follow-up question with your permission, Councilor
please.
Grove. So would it be appropriate for us to add this requirement into the conditions as part of the motion, Greg?
I mean, it appears that if it's the category of, I'm trying to remember the breakdown of the different use categories, what this has been filed under as a 7-unit building. If the inclusionary requirement is in place and it is at 6 units, then the project should comply with section 511.
Right. I agree with that. Any other questions? Councilor O'Neill?
Yes, I'm just wondering, there's going to be no exterior changes?
Correct.
And you mentioned that there's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floor units. There's 4 floors on that?
It's a very weirdly shaped building.
Yeah, okay. I guess that's it. Yeah, those are my questions.
My read of the floor plan is that you have 3 units on the 2nd floor right above the retail space, and then you have two floors of 2 units each on top of those. And those look to, are they studios? Are they 1-bedrooms?
I think they're 1-bedrooms.
Okay. My map was a little tiny. Also, what's the how many people are currently living there? Do we know that?
I don't know.
Okay. And you mentioned subsidized renting. Are you talking about Section 8 vouchers?
either Section 8 vouchers, or there's a special program for veterans that he participates in.
Okay. So we just need to wrestle with the 511-4 inclusionary housing requirement. I don't have any other questions. It seems fairly straightforward that we're trying to make this a legal unit, and that there's nothing fundamentally going to be changing in terms of the well, there's no changes as of right now to the floor plan and to the number of units. Val, you raised your hand. You had a question? You want to say something?
Yeah, when we can discuss it in the discussion after we put the motion on the table. But
Okay.
If I may,
just-
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I think I feel a responsibility to talk to the owner before I give away the store here. One of the drawbacks of Zoom is I can't just turn around to him and say, "Are you okay with this?"
Right. Okay.
So I think I'm going to request to continue this to your next meeting, if you'd be so kind.
That's fine with me. Yeah, we want everybody to be on board and understand what they're getting into. So, yeah. So without any objection, we'll move to continue this to the next P&D subcommittee meeting, which would be March 16th. Is that right? I do my math right? Yeah. March 16th. Okay.
Sounds
very
good.
Thank you very much.
Thank
And
you.
if you have any questions, Meredith, about the affordable component, obviously reach out.
Oh, well, thank you so much.
All right. That leads us to the main event for this evening, which is the various motions and discussions on this. I think that if there's no objection from my committee members here, that one of the things that the differences in process with the planning board and the city council in this has been that the planning board deals with this in a much more conversational way over a longer period of time, and there's a lot of effort to get to the nitty gritty of what's being done. And I know that this has been a challenging introduction to the council. Sort of the first big major thing we've been dealing with. It's a complex issue with a lot of subtleties and nuance. And so I would like to, again, without objection, sort of suspend our normal rules of question and answer and motion making, and go through each motion individually. There may be some things that we need to change here and there. And then once we get to a point where we feel comfortable with that separation of motions and an understanding of what it is we're actually doing with each of these motions, then we can make a motion and have final discussion and a vote. I'd love to get through as many of these as we can tonight. I've certainly got my opinions on some of things. I know you're going to have yours, but I want to give everybody on the committee ample time to talk through, argue a little bit if you need to. I want this to be more of a conversation. And that way, I think that we'll get to the heart of what any objections are, or what any positive things and negative things, and we can work them out and figure out. And if that's okay with you, I think we'll just start that way. Any objection, Councilor Gilman, Councilor Neal?
I think it sounds like a really good idea, because this
Okay.
is the first time we're going to start to really discuss this. I
Yep.
think it would be premature to start laying motions on the floor if we're not ready to diagnose them. So I
agree.
support your suggestion, Counselor.
Great. So I think that's how we'll move forward. I think the very first thing we're going to start with is, Greg, have you finished your dinner?
How many
There he
questions?
is.
And my camera's working.
There you go. Good for you. We have asked City Planning Director and Interim Community Development Director, Greg Cadamatore, a mountain of questions that have come both from the council and from public input at the various ward meetings and from letters that have been submitted. And what I'd like to do now is give Greg an opportunity to give a presentation on what he has to say about these questions. I hope that most will be answered. I'm having reviewed some of the questions. There's certainly questions that really don't have an answer in context with what we're trying to do in terms of the zoning changes. But I'll leave that to Greg to articulate, and then we can go back and ask any clarifications that need to be done before we begin with the amendments. So the floor be yours.
Thank you. Again, Greg Hadamaturi, Planning Director / Interim Community Development Director. So I think there were about 100 questions, plus or minus. I thank Councilor Grove for placing them in some organization initially. I think there was also some redundancy. So what I've done is I've taken what I saw and kind of try to put them into broad categories and really kind of discuss a few areas rather than do a point by point. And I agree, there are probably some questions that were asked that are, really for the council to determine during your public hearing if you need further response on some of those things. I will also just preface this with, you've been provided a memorandum from the Director of Public Works on utility, and I'll touch on that, as well as some guidance from Krishna Basu, counsel for the city, on the required votes. And I think she also provided some general guidance, and I think it really will have to be revisited depending upon what actions the council might take to potentially modify these amendments. And I'll get to that a little bit in a discussion of process as well. Because you do have amendments in front of you that some may require a simple majority vote and others may require what's been on the books prior to last year, always requiring a supermajority vote of 6 of 9 for zoning amendments.
Greg, if I could just interject real quick, just for people at home, that threshold does not apply tonight at the P&D level. That is for the full city council adoption and vote and adoption of any amendments. Tonight, if we move forward, the recommendations will carry a weight of whatever the vote is, but they will move forward to the full city council for the final public hearing and review, regardless of the vote count at the end of the motion. So just for clarification, sorry about that, please.
Okay, if it's okay, I'll share my screen. Put that into the slideshow. So this should look familiar. It's the third presentation with this cover, other than a change in the date. And again, I'm trying to clarify a few things and also respond to a number of the questions that are reoccurring questions that have occurred. Overview, I'm going to go a little bit into timeline. I just want to reiterate it because there's a lot of focus on the genesis and timeline of these amendments and what their context was in their development. There have been a number of questions about housing stock and potential growth, and I think that's an important one. A number of questions around affordability. Again, I've made 2 presentations on this. You've held your ward meetings, and these proposals don't specifically address deed restricted affordable housing, and I'll talk about the definitions of that a little bit. Maybe Meredith's still watching, because we can get into a little bit of what that means in terms of income limits and also how that translates to housing cost. And then I'll talk a little bit about infrastructure capacity and the environment, because there's been a number of concerns raised on those 3 fronts, and then close out with some clarifications on the amendments, specifically the individual motions and process. And then maybe I'll also touch on what I haven't provided for a number of reasons. So starting with the timeline, this shouldn't be new. The housing production plan was developed back in 2017, and that was after a year-long planning process as well. I'm encouraged to see the number of people that are engaged in the public process right now. We had equal engagement back then in in-person meetings. where a community need was identified. And I'll say that over and over again, and people can try to trip me up or trip up planning board members, however you would like to try to do it. But we are serving the public. There was a need that was identified. And I can totally respect disagreement with the implementation strategy. But this effort has been born out of that 2017 process to try to help solve a community need. And that's housing in a variety of types and options, and also to address affordability. And again, as you go further down in the timeline, we've already taken some actions along with the past council to do just that. But again, this is where it started. It didn't start last year. It didn't start in response to the state's recent initiative. And I think 2017 was also in response to things that have been identified even before that. In 2018, we applied for a Mass Housing Technical Assistance Grant and received technical assistance from a certified planner and expert in zoning in Judy Barrett and her firm to help provide some additional analysis of our zoning ordinance and identify strategies to, again, increase production. Nobody is hiding behind, yes, we are looking to try to create additional housing. The response to that from the public, I can also respect if people are not looking for that to occur in their neighborhoods. But that is the premise, is we have a shortage of supply, and we're not saying that we can build our way out of that, or that the development of housing in Gloucester will absolutely affect the increasing cost that has occurred nationally. But again, we were responding to local needs identified for a variety of types of housing. And not everyone in those discussions is in a household that is income eligible for affordable housing. So we do need to create housing at a variety of markets, a variety of price points. And again, so the strategies in the housing production plan are multi-pronged, not just around affordability. A working group was developed in, I'm going to mute my phone, I'm sorry. That's a family group text. A working group was developed in 2018. Judy Barrett worked alongside with city staff, members of the city council, the zoning board, the Gloucester Housing Authority. Who else was around the table? Broad coalition to talk about potential proposals and what the last year's council and this council is seeing are, again, things that were developed out of that working group. I will go as far to say the discussion around, what some of these proposals as they relate to the downtown are literally directly in the housing production plan. If you want to turn to page 58, there's a lot of discussion about the appropriateness and the capacity for additional housing, particularly in the downtown area, which is predominantly zoned R5. So it should not, it's not surprising with it being identified there that that's what we've continued to work on in the development of this proposal. The recommendations from the working group were then moved out for additional work by the planning board. The planning board met as a whole and then also met as subcommittee to refine the proposals. And, there's a lot of attention and reaction to the potential for the as of right development of 3-family in the R5 district. I would tell you that if you went far enough back in those proposals, they were much broader. Many other districts were identified potentially for 3-family. And, again, through series of discussions of also locating housing where there are amenities, not just the transit station, grocery stores, other shops, things that people can walk to as well. I don't think there's probably a small city out there right now that isn't thinking about their downtown area because of its economic significance and also its ability to provide housing, and whether or not it has the ability to provide additional housing because of the housing crisis. So in 2020 and 2021, again, born out of that same process, the accessory dwelling unit ordinance was passed, as well as the inclusionary housing amendments that were referenced earlier this evening that specifically deal with affordability on the one hand, and also the potential for adding rental stock, because accessory dwelling units cannot be condoized or sold. So they also cannot be rented for less than 30 days. So it was an attempt to add to the housing stock. The current amendments by the planning were initiated by the planning board in October of 21. Again, well before the guidelines of the MBTA communities guidance that came out in December of 21. And that was also awaited from the response of the legislation that was passed in the beginning of 2021. But again, just making it clear, we know that there are relationships between the planning board's proposed amendments for as of right multifamily housing in this area, stemming from discussions and planning back in 16 and 17. And the state recognizes the potential for our transit stations and the areas around them to be a part of Massachusetts housing solutions. I'll present more about that in a week. But you know, the picture in Gloucester is not uncommon with the picture in the state. We produced less housing in the last 30 years than we did than the 30 years prior. And the lack of those starts, while we've also seen a decrease in household size, just means that people are looking for housing. And the more people that are looking for housing elevates the market. So that's the timeline. I hope that clarifies that this is not a conspiracy. This is not something that you know, we are trying to push through quickly. This has been developed over 5 years. There clearly is a nexus between the way the state looks at small cities and some of the work that we've done, but it kind of stops there. And the consideration of the MBTA communities is something that we do need to do. I've been asked about presentations and why we maybe haven't moved forward on that or made such a presentation prior to what's proposed for next Wednesday night. And I will tell you that the messaging from the state has also changed a little bit over the course of the last 2 months, as they've been having a number of outreach meetings on this. So I think we're better prepared to have that discussion as well. And I think, again, as the council considers these amendments and thinks that, you know, maybe that there are some of them that need to be considered at a later date, that may be entirely appropriate. I think we all need to better understand the implications of the state's initiative and how this can potentially play a role or not, depending upon how the council ultimately, you know, disposes of the amendments that have been proposed. Enough about timeline. A lot of questions about housing stock. And again, I think this is, you know, this graphic kind of tells you to some degree, you know, why we are where we are, particularly the community response in 2017 of saying, you know, we need more housing options. Again, these are your friends, your neighbors, you know, that came out and discussed this in a public process and talked about their challenges with housing. And again, these were not all income eligible households. Some of them may have been. Also, people just talking about the different types of options that they'd like to hopefully find in Gloucester because they'd like to stay in Gloucester. So, you know, we had a little bit more than 13,000 units back in 1990, and the housing stock has grown at a slower pace over the last 30 years. So those interim numbers are the increase in the housing stock. Again, we started a little over 13,000, and then we've ended up a little over 15,000. So about 2,000 units over, you know, this 30-year period. And I think the next slide is also pretty interesting. Again, I provided a slide at the first presentation of these amendments to P&D back on January 5th, and had a much longer time frame to look at the changing population in Gloucester. I'm really showing that it's been fairly static in number since about 1950, fluctuating less than 5,000 people. 1990 to 2000, an increase in about 1,000 people. 2,000 units added and only an increase in 1,000 people. So that is a very clear picture that our household size is decreasing and why there is a demand for more housing. We are not seeing I'm sure there are several out there. We're not seeing as many large families. We're also seeing people living longer. We know that we have an aging population. We have a lot of 2-person households in 4-bedroom homes and 3-bedroom homes. So again, the impact, as it relates to the potential impact related to adding housing units, I don't think it's quite as dramatic as some folks have painted it out to be. And again, we've fluctuated around this number of population, which relates to the utilities that serve the public. And again, we have not seen these dramatic increases, nor do we expect to see dramatic increases. There have been questions about the potential growth. This graphic in particular, we are in a lot of ways talking about process in these amendments, the allowance, what's required to add a unit, whether it's in a 2-family or a 3-family. And this graphic it does look fairly complicated. It is. There's a lot of different pieces of information on it. But I also I like the fact that we have data to try to make decisions. I did do a lot of looking into the past amendments of how we arrived at some of the things that are on the books right now and how they've changed over time. And I found a lot of very thin files. I'm not saying that at the time people didn't really have access to this type of information and couldn't provide this type of analysis. But we are providing as much information as we can to inform the council to make these decisions. And your decisions will be respected however it comes out the other end. But again, I think we try to provide conservative estimates based on the information that we had of what the impact of these zoning amendments could result in. And really the differences between the height of the red and blue bars are the delta, are what the impact of these changes are. They are predominantly associated with the allowance of 3-family, but again, you can do that with a special permit now. And the proposal would be to allow that, again, conforming lots, conforming buildings, to add those units within them, which may require an addition. There are parking requirements that go along with that. So, again, these are the numbers of that potential growth. We just saw over 30 years, we saw 2,000 units. This potential, the real difference is that 548 in the R5, and we would not expect that to happen overnight. There's been a lot of discussion about transactions and real estate investment. We're not seeing that now. There is a permitting path to do that. This would ease that permitting path, but I don't think we would expect that we would see that kind of growth. Again, this is more on the order of decadal growth. And in a lot of ways, these proposals are similar to how we treat 2-family in some districts now. It is an infill approach. It's not subdivision. It's not other forms of multifamily that can be again proposed to the council. These are infill scenarios, and again, we would not expect it to happen overnight. And it relies on that 548. Some of it is the addition of 2 units to a single. Some of it is an additional unit to a 2-family. And again, so a number far less than that in terms of the number of property owners. But again, you're talking about every single one of these property owners making that decision. If somebody lives in a single family home and they want to remain in a single family home, again, it would be something less than that number likely over time. And also we noted that this analysis did not take into consideration other potential nonconformities that again require zoning board relief. So it's again a subset of those lots that are identified that could potentially take advantage of a as of right permitting process, but it would be less than that because of the need to do an analysis that we cannot perform unless you were to go lot by lot, and we don't have the survey level information of structures on a lot to be able to make that determination. So shifting to affordability, these are the FY21 median income limits by household size, 80% area median income limits by household size. So to be income qualified for affordable housing, whether rental or ownership, in that bracket of being at 80% of the AMI, one person could make $67,400, and then it increases by household size. There were some questions about the term cost burdened. How many people are cost burdened? What does that mean? In order to, there are calculations that are made to basically put a ceiling on what rents can be, the maximum rents that can be charged for income eligible households. The rule of thumb is 30% of their income not more than 30% of their income can go towards housing costs. So if you roughly calculate 30% of those income limits, you arrive at the fair market rents that are displayed on the bottom of the page. So that equates to about, again, taking that 30% of the income and spreading it out over 12 months. Similar calculations are made for maximum sales price for ownership models, which are fairly rare. They do occur, but there are many more factors that go into that because of considerations like down payment and also current interest rates and the like. So that's a little bit about affordability. We do use the statistics for the region rather than for Gloucester specifically. So what you've seen in terms of what's been available at projects like Halyard and others, these are those maximum rents that they can, and they can potentially be escalated over time. They do kind of track inflation as well as increases in median income over the region.
Greg, can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes, you can.
Housing costs, what's covered under that? I'm assuming it's rent or mortgage, taxes, insurance. Is there?
Yeah, so they try to make allowances for everything so that your total housing cost is not more than 30%. So I think that would look at taxes, insurance, private mortgage insurance if needed, your mortgage payment, and bundle that together. There's a number of factors and there's some others. These are all developed by HUD. So it's generally simplified to 30%. When you do the straight calculation, there is a little bit of a difference between those maximum rents and actually 30%. It's pretty close. And again, those numbers get adjusted each year. They are recalculated to calculate that median income as the base. And then there are, again, adjustments for household size. So in Gloucester, back at the time of the development of the housing production plan, and this is actually an updated number, it has not changed dramatically. 41% of the households that could be calculated, I will add, because of total households, I think like about 5% of them, the federal government couldn't calculate whether or not they were cost burden based on the financial information they had. So 41% of households roughly, or about 5,250 households are cost burden. There were some questions about, what do we have to do to create housing to eliminate cost burdened households? It's not quite that simple. Again, there's a big distinction between deed restricted affordable housing and what some might consider affordable or, wanting to lower their housing cost. If you don't fall into those income brackets, you're not eligible for affordable housing. And again, that 41% of household, that just doesn't mean just a household with limited means. It could be somebody that owns an $800,000 house, and at the end of the day, they're spending more than 30% of their income to be in that home. So it's a valuable statistic. It's reflective of the fact that we're all spending a lot on our housing, but it's not really addressing affordable need, which is more, again, looking at the distribution of our median income and incomes in the community, rather than looking at cost burden. But it is a factor. Again, the current proposal is not necessarily to address affordability. It's been termed big A versus little a affordability. But if we are looking at some proposals that are looking at smaller units or multifamily units, there tends to be a difference in price based on the size of the unit. But that also depends on, what style housing it is, where it's located, and everything else that goes along with real estate. All these units that are created under this proposal, again, we're talking about an infill scenario where additional units are being added to existing structures. In some instances, there can be some new construction, but predominantly adding units. They are not being restricted in any way. They are all considered to be fitting into the market, whatever price point they might enter in. But again, because many of them could be likely smaller units, the addition of a third unit, they may be more little a affordable, rather than the prices that we're seeing for single family homes, for instance. There were questions about, would they be less than market rate? Again, not suggesting that they would, but there are situations where there are sales to families, mortgage assumption that does occur. I'm just, again, trying to answer some questions. I'm not sure that they're all relevant to the zoning amendments, but trying to get as many of them answered. Very uncommon. You can deed restrict a property. I don't know that anybody would voluntarily do that unless there was some specific reason. And there were some questions about incentivizing affordable housing. Again, we've had some partnerships with private development. Private development is usually the one or nonprofits that pursue affordable housing because of the number of funding sources that are available to produce affordable housing, and there are affordable housing developers. Our ordinances do provide in some instances for increased number of affordable units. If you're allowed to increase the number of total units in a project if you produce more affordable units. It's not typically exercised. I haven't seen it in 15 years. It's more often than not, we have to require the addition of affordable units in a project, as was discussed earlier this evening with an application. There, again, were more questions about affordable production. And this is a slide that I've presented before. We have a number of different programs that are for income eligible households to invest in their housing. And they often come along with the requirement to deed restrict that unit as well. They are added to our subsidized housing inventory that identifies all the units in the city that are deed restricted as affordable. And you can see in 2019, we saw a significant uptick in the production of affordable housing, the Halyard units, the Harbor Village units on Elm and Main Street, and then projected out, there are a few more that are coming forward from projects that have been permitted by the council, more on the order of one per project. And then we anticipate at some point the funding of the redevelopment of the former Y on Middle Street, which would produce an additional 44 units of senior affordable housing. So we have over 1,000 units now, and over the course of the next few years, we'll start approaching another 50 plus units, depending upon what else comes forward in terms of projects. So referenced at the beginning of the meeting, you at this point have received a memorandum from the Director of Public Works. I will also go back to, these questions were investigated and asked about back at the time of the development of the housing production plan, and there were no identified limitations on water or sewer capacity at that time. And that's been confirmed by the memorandum that you've received, that we have capacity both in water and sewer. There was a recent utility assessment that was performed, I believe, last year, that had a lot of assumptions about increase in population that I think in some ways might be more conservative than some of the projections that we've seen, either through looking at the census trends or looking at the predictions regionally. And they've looked out to 2040, and I've identified that there certainly is capacity for growth. On the sewer side, again, you can look at the details in the memorandum. Our plant has quite a bit of capacity. It's more a function of what we are permitted to discharge. And if there are investments made to modernize that plant to secondary treatment, it will only increase the capacity of what can be processed. And also noting that some of the proposal here is also in areas that are not served by public sewer. And again, septic limitations are septic limitations. If you can't have a permanent wastewater solution, you can't add additional bedrooms. The potential issues, again, as we look at larger projects, like we have in the past and continue to do so, if there are any limitations, and this is really above and beyond what's being proposed now, because we're talking mostly about 1, 2, and 3 family development and height. We're not talking about larger projects, but as you know, as the council, when you see a multifamily project, it's looked at through the lens of whether there are any limitations locally to the utilities in the area, and sometimes those projects are required to make improvements. But from the perspective of what can be processed and what can be delivered from the wastewater plant and the water treatment plant, there are not currently any limitations. There were also questions, on the environmental perspective of these proposals. We are not, these proposals do not supplant any other jurisdiction that already reviews development of every kind, including the Board of Health, if there's a septic system involved, Public Works for utility connections, building codes and fire codes remain the same. And to the extent that there's also conservation jurisdiction, again, there's nothing that changes with their review process. And also the other provisions of the zoning ordinance itself, what other requirements are of the addition of a unit, its parking requirement and the like, nothing has changed by these proposed amendments. Again, there were some questions surrounding that. Finally,
Hand up. Hang on a second, Greg.
Yep.
Val?
Thank you, Counselor. So can we go back to the slide just ahead of this? So I was wondering if either Greg or Sherry could screen share the recent memorandum from Mike Hale, because I don't believe Tracy has seen it. And we just
I sent it to her.
Oh, you did? Okay, great. But with your permission, could we share that so we could at least
if I could just get through what I've got, and then if you want to talk about that, because I mean, it speaks to itself, but I'll just try to get through this, and then if you want to discuss that further, you can, if that would be okay.
It's fine. Thank you.
So then we're now into the kind of the clarification, because there were a number of questions about the amendments themselves. And I think, again, these are the things I can really respond to. So there was a question around motion 1, which dealt with two-family conversion, and there was a comment about the absence of the R80 from that motion. If you look at the current zoning ordinance, those conversions are actually allowed with exterior modification. And I believe the rationale for that is because you require 160,000 square feet of area in order to do it. So way back when the two-family was considered, if you were on a large enough lot, again, at this point, almost 4 acres, they were not, there was no objection to conversion with an exterior modification. So it was not included in the motion because it's already permitted. And I would say, perhaps the inclusion of R5 in that motion may also, you might want to remove because it is allowed as well. So on the one hand, it was left off intentionally. On the other hand, it probably should have also been left off with R5 because those conversions are also permitted by right. In motion 7, I think it was more of a scrivener's error, and obviously the council has the ability to modify these motions yourselves, or I should say the amendments themselves, but it was not intended to include the village business district in the proposal for the 45-foot height limitation. It was only the CB and CCD. There was a question about why R40, RC40, and R80 were not included in one of the motions relating to multifamily height. And again, multifamily is not permitted in those districts, so there would not be a corresponding change in height because it just doesn't appear in the table. So they're not in the table to begin with, so they wouldn't be included in a motion. The 45-foot height is only being proposed to be changed for multifamily. It is one table, so it is not a proposal for commercial development to be at a 45-foot height. It's only multifamily use. And this is an important point, and I really appreciate some of these very technical comments. 3-family is a multifamily. State law dictates that a 1 and 2 family are 1 and 2 family. 3 or more units is a multifamily. It just so happens that because of amendments that were made in the early 2000s, I believe, maybe closer to 2010, the 3-family used to be a city council special permit. And I believe it was Bob Stewart who was on the zoning board when he moved over to the city council. He proposed an amendment to move the 3-family from city council to the zoning board as a special permit. And he also proposed that they would follow the dimensional requirements of the 1 and 2 family tables. So they were added to that table. So we do have this kind of, it does sound like we're talking about 2 different things. And in some ways we are. The dimensional requirements for a 3-family are different for 4 or more. And there's a separate table in the zoning ordinance that addresses the dimensional requirements for 4 or more. There is a footnote in the existing multifamily table in motion 8 that has been adjusted. There is an increased requirement of setback for increased height beyond what's allowed. And that footnote was modified to reflect that the proposal is to change the multifamily height to 35 in some districts and 45 in others. And there's been a lot of question about what's the limit. You know, if you allow 45 people are going to ask for higher, they can ask for higher now. There is no limitation on a height exception proposal of the council. The council considers them all currently above 35 feet. There is no limitation on what somebody can ask for. This proposal was to provide predictability of essentially 4-story in those two districts. There was questions about, you know, what would you anticipate in terms of stories in these amendments. For the 35-foot height, 3-story. For the 45-foot height, 4-story. There are no changes proposed to the setback requirements. Again, we've talked about how single family and 2-family, there's a lot of potential for 2-family right now. It's the permitting path. There has been no proposal to change the setback requirements. There have been questions about what about the districts that received relief from or maintained their setback, even though the districts changed. Again, there's no proposed change to those setback requirements. It's only the use, how it's permitted, and along with the proposals for the change in height. The question was asked, can the council amend the proposed amendments? Of course. That is your job. You are vetting these proposals and deciding which ones you are either going to legislate and pass, or you're going to make them more palatable for you to vote for, or based on the public testimony, are there other things that should need to be considered that weren't considered that you think, again, they should be amended further in order to be enacted? There's a question about fairness of all of this. That's why we have a public process. It's really for the council to decide from these proposals, if any of these proposals that you agree to turn into rule and regulation in Gloucester. So it's that question was asked. Again, you know your responsibilities. You've received proposals based on a fair amount of evaluation and study and recommendation from the planning board, and it's your job to decide on behalf of the community whether these are the right strategies to try to help solve part of the issue that was identified. And finally, there was a question about if these amendments fail, can they be considered again in less than 2 years? There is typically a period of time where you can't certainly propose the same proposed development, but that also applies to zoning amendments unless they are by the vote of the planning board, in which case they can be reviewed again by the council. There's very often from this process, there's lessons learned. I don't think it would really necessarily make a lot of sense to come back with the same set of proposals if they were not to be enacted. But again, there's the opportunity for further evaluation and reinitiation of some form or potentially some modification of amendments to be considered again. There's a great example of, as we talk about height, back in the 80s, in the 1982 version of the zoning ordinance, there was no height requirement or maximum for 1 and 2 family. And in 1986 to 87, there were 3 different proposals around height. So again, they were all vote of the planning board sending back up to city council. Some of them slightly modified, but again, that is certainly a possibility. But I think there's also, due consideration for the public hearing and for the vote of the council on whether or not, some of these things would make sense to come back within that time frame. And I think that's all I have for now. And I just want to touch on quickly what I did not include. You have a memo from Krishna Basu or some email correspondence on the required number of votes. And again, I think you'll have to revisit that whenever you make your motions, that should be reconsidered in the context of the voting requirement, because you may, again, modify these proposals further. There was some question about data on the success of permitting at all boards, and it's not something that I have. There is no good catalog of every decision of every board that's readily available. There also wasn't a time frame requested in terms of what we're looking at. I think one of the considerations of the planning board, again, with all of these efforts around housing production, are around predictability of permitting path and also exposure for appeal. And looking at, again, some equity between the treatment of two-family conversions versus two-family that can be permitted by right. And again, looking at how people are being treated in the permitting process and trying to create some equality there by use. So that's something I did not provide. There were some questions around private services and how they may respond to increasing population. Again, not really something for the city to determine how a private service responds. And I think I did actually touch on, not in the text of the presentation, but that what is contemplated is the allowance for a 3-story at a 35-foot height and a 4-story at a 45-foot height. And if I missed a point, or if there are other things that you would like me to try to answer, I can certainly try to do that. And I would fully expect whenever these amendments, whatever a subset of them or all of them are moved from P&D to the city council, I will be making another presentation. And I will try to take the 3 that I've made at this point and kind of consolidate them so that, again, I don't anticipate that there won't be more questions, and I'm happy to try to answer them.
I want to just a second. I want to thank you, Greg. You and your team have been incredibly patient and persistent, and your willingness to endure, I think, a lot of unjustified offline attacks and commentary about your motivations are completely unreasonable. You have done nothing but work to serve the city of Gloucester and the city council and the planning board, and have done so with a great deal of grace and humor. So I really want you to understand how much we appreciate your contributions and your willingness to walk us through this stuff, because at the end of the day, you know, we are operating as the planning board did before us and the housing production plan as citizens of this community, trying to make the best decisions we can for the coming generations coming down the road. And you know, you've done a great job, and I want to thank you for that.
Well, and I just want to say too, I mean, I don't hold it against anybody that disagrees with approach. And I appreciate a lot of the constructive feedback. But I also hope that, you know, people that are watching or may have said things that were not in the kindest light, that everybody here that's involved in this process is trying to serve the city, as you pointed out. And you know, like one other question was, you know, where are you know, the citizens' rights, and they're resting in you. I mean, you are the ones that are going to decide, you know, whether these things are helpful, again, to try to address some of these issues or not. And again, whatever determination is made is how staff, planning board, city council, zoning board will operate moving forward. And that's why we have this process. So I appreciate it. And again, I'm happy to see as many people as engaged. I just wish sometimes they didn't, you know, take it out personally on individuals. And not me, but I see what's been happening, you know, in discussion. And, you know, again, I think people are all kind of moving in the direction of trying to do something for the city, and not for their personal interest.
Thank you. Tracy, you look like you had a question. Oh, you're gonna unmute yourself. There you
Hey,
go.
Greg, I also want to thank you. I'm sorry if you've been getting personal attacks. That's not good.
Oh, not me. Well,
No.
maybe a couple, but
And I'm sorry about that. That should not happen. I did have a question about the 45-foot height in multifamily only, you said, right? Would that mean in the downtown area, but would the first floor be retail?
Or commercial.
right. So there's a difference between height limitation and then the other use requirements. In particular, in the CB district, there is a requirement for for some form of public use on the first floor, retail
Okay.
or commercial. So that type of mixed use multifamily project, again, that's a requirement on multifamily, but it's not for just a straight commercial development.
Right. So in the CB district, it would be required for public use on the first floor, but in other districts, there would just be a 4-floor multifamily.
Correct.
Okay.
Just in for instance, in the CCD district, but for most of the
Yep.
CB district, that Main Street facing has that additional requirement.
Okay. Thank you.
Val, did you have any questions about what Greg has talked about?
Yeah, I do have a couple of questions, but the most important one is, Greg, I was, it was reminded that the inclusionary housing amendments that we passed in 2021, that there was provisions that they can't be rented for less than 30 days. And I guess that kind of resonates with me, because in a lot of the feedback that we've had with people in the community, not a lot, but a fair amount, probably 15 or 20 people, are fearful that Airbnbs are going to take over the already depleted amount of housing stock for people that clearly need it, and to be replaced with folks that might be renting this out as Airbnb, with turnover and, like I said, taking away that housing stock from people that might need to rent at a lower rate. So I guess my question is, are we able to add provisions in terms of how long something can't be rented into any of these amendments, or is that just not allowed?
I mean, so you made reference to the inclusionary, but I think you meant the accessory dwelling unit.
Oh, I'm
That's
sorry.
yeah. So that's the use that has that limitation. These amendments are addressing 1, 2, and 3 family, and then multifamily you see as again as a special permit. So I don't know that because it's an accessory use that cannot be sold as an individual unit, it can only be rented or used without collecting rent. So I think that's why there were specific provisions placed on that. As you know, anything that's created as an individual dwelling unit, whether it's in a 2-family or a 3-family or a multifamily, the ownership can be condominium. So I don't know that we can really have a restriction on, again, we don't typically deal with the form of how that housing unit is entered into the market, whether as rental or ownership. So I'm not sure that that's something that we could do in this case. The question around short-term rental in single family and 2-family is not something that we currently regulate. If it's something that the council wants to investigate, then I think that's a separate issue that should be looked into.
Thank you.
Greg, yeah, I'm sorry, I have another question. I'm looking at the existing section 3.2 dimensional table and dimensional requirements, and this might be a little, I don't know, out of scope. But way down in the bottom, it says minimum lot coverage, total of all structures. So I'm looking at the R5 and it says 35%. So does that mean that the total of all structures on the property is 35% of the total property? So you would, yes?
Yes. So there are,
So there's like, so there's 65% left for land.
yes,
Okay,
yep,
all right, thank you.
yep.
Val, do you have any other questions on the questions? Questions on the questions? Well,
No,
questions.
I think as we review the amendments, as you said,
Yeah.
we're gonna do that, maybe we'd want to look at some of the tables just for clarification, because I do have
Great
I do
idea.
have specific questions on some of the 9.
I have a question that you brought up, if you could, Greg. You know, I've had some discussions with people about the issue, the philosophy of smart zoning, smart development being around transit hubs and amenities. Can you speak to Gloucester's specific challenges of walkability, and, you know, how walkable is Gloucester in terms of something one might look at as a standard kind of designed community, and what kind of amenities are generally available to folks in the various parts of the city?
Well, I can just tell you some of the work. If you remember Steve Winslow, he was a project manager in the community development department. He initially was funded by the Mass in Motion program that was initiated by the Department of Public Health. And one of the things, you know, we did quite a bit of work during his tenure and since that point to really look at our sidewalk network, looking at our ADA compliance in the downtown area. There is a organization called Walk Boston that does kind of walking audits. And the downtown area is pretty well suited as an area for the location of obviously businesses and residences mixed together. You can navigate pretty well, and our sidewalks are in pretty good repair. We've spent a lot of time making improvements and connections where necessary, and also looking at traffic calming a little bit. As you get out of the core, it's the rural pattern of the outskirts. You know, we have the state in some instances putting some sections of sidewalk in on 133, and it's discontinuous. And it's very fragmented as you go to the individual neighborhoods, whether or not there is sidewalk infrastructure or not. And I have to bring up, you know, with these proposals, and I think some of them have also been at the same time identified as they are kind of smart growth in looking at amenities and availability for residents in the downtown area. And looking to reinvest in housing in the downtown area. I think the other thing to point out is, you know, we have a lot of very, very old housing stock, and there is at some point the need for, you know, significant investment to ensure that we have safe housing as well. So over time, structures will need to come down over time and be rebuilt. And so again, looking to the city where all of that infrastructure is in place already, is a very you know, common thing to be looking towards. As you get out in those other areas, I think some of the proposals were also a recognition that we don't have high density in the downtown area. We have some larger buildings. I see some bright eyes. Not saying that there aren't a lot of people, but on a comparative level, when you look again, if you want to reduce it down to units per acre, which is how our zoning ordinance is set up and how a lot of people look at density. You know, we're not at the level of a lot of other small cities. And I'm not saying that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm just saying that as we look to those areas, whether or not they are areas that are appropriate for additional housing, it does appear that there are opportunities. We do see special permitting by the zoning board. We see special permitting by the city council. you know, there was that question about success rate. I won't bring up one particular housing proposal, but other than one, since I've been here, I don't think I've seen the city council deny a special permit for multifamily housing, other than one. And I think there needs to be a really strong recognition of the public as well. And if you disagree with it, by all means, come forward, talk to your counselors. But when something's allowed by special permit, it's a part of the zoning ordinance that says you can do these things if you meet these additional requirements. If it were a no in the ordinance, then, and someone came forward and got the permission to do something, then I would say, yes, you're not following through with what your ordinance says that you're allowed to do. But special permit is a level of additional review, but the use is allowed. It's something that's a conditional use. So I'm not sure where I was going or if I answered a question. I got on a tangent there for a second.
I guess I was talking about sort of the challenges of.
Oh, wait, I know why now. So one of the points that was raised by a planning board member in why we're looking at the consideration of more, looking at the allowance for two-family in the districts outside of the downtown area, and to some degree, three-family in areas, is because we don't have an allowed multifamily district. And so if we're trying to address housing need throughout the community, and we don't have a higher density district in the downtown area, what are the ways in which we can provide additional units? And some of that is looking beyond the downtown to the other neighborhoods and the allowance of 1 and 2 family. And again, I've pointed out the allowance of 2 family in Gloucester is, it's not completely unique, but certainly on the North Shore, it's not permitted in many communities. And that's something that Gloucester has been doing for 50 years in differing ways of how it's permitted. But in a lot of ways, I think that's what this discussion has kind of turned to is, people's attitudes and concerns around anything beyond a single family. And the question is, over time, at some point, you're going to run out of space for a single family. And whether or not you're going to have to, if you continue to have a housing need, you're going to have to continue to look at other ways to produce it.
Tracy?
When you say we don't have an allowed multifamily district, is that what you're looking to do in the downtown by making it by right? Would that be an allowed multifamily district?
Correct. Yes,
all
and
of-
and
all of-
at the very entry of multifamily, what I'm saying is there are some communities that have much denser districts that are allowed, and we are what we are terming our high density district in the form of 3 family by some standards isn't really considered that dense.
Okay, so all of R5 would be considered a multifamily district? Because we have we have 3 large senior housing dwellings, and then we're going to have another one at the YMCA, and who knows where else or what else. But I just want to make sure that I get this straight, that the R5 district, which is basically Ward 2 for me, it's my ward, would be considered a multifamily district.
For 3 family as of right.
All right,
Multifamily, yeah, multifamily use,
An allowed multifamily district.
correct, for 3 family.
Okay.
Yep,
Okay, for 3 family.
just for 3 family. I mean, there is the ability to propose greater than 3 units by special permit, but the 3 family allowance would be by right.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Assuming all other factors are met.
Right.
Val, did you have any other questions on the questions, or are we gonna should we get ready to go here?
I think we can get ready to go.
All right, let's,
I do have one more question. I'm sorry.
go ahead. That's good.
Greg, you mentioned a woman named Judy Barrett.
Yes.
Who is that?
So she works for
Alright.
Barrett Consulting.
Okay.
She works she's worked with a number of communities in Massachusetts on housing policy. She is also a consultant that was basically, we were paired with through the Mass Housing grant program around housing.
Is that
I'm
the
sorry?
MAPC?
No. So Mass Housing is another organization focused on housing policy, and they provided us a technical assistance grant. And Judy Barrett was the consultant that assisted with doing zoning analysis and helping in developing some of the proposals with the Housing Production Plan Working Group. Again, that mix of various members from different boards and committees, and then also with the planning board.
Okay, so Mass Housing, what was the name of that? I'm sorry.
It's just Mass Housing.
Mass Housing provided us with a grant. And then did they recommend Judy Barrett or did she?
So
did we
they
find her
have,
by ourselves or?
so they have a series of consultants that they've basically had partnerships with. And
Okay.
so funding didn't actually come to the city. Mass Housing pays the consultants, but we were paired with a
Okay.
consultant.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I do have a question
Yeah.
for the chair, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So in talking a lot about the R5 district, do we have any data, Greg, about how many of the folks that currently live in the R5 districts have how many cars? And it's just an important question because one of the matters that came up a lot in some of these different sessions was just about parking. So I know that the zoning board has requirements that they have to look into when they are doing a lot of zoning in different of the zoning areas, but I'm just wondering if we have any general data about that, because the whole concept of living in this area downtown is as good as if you have a lot of people that have more than one car, then that's a problem if they already don't have parking. And we don't have any extra parking downtown, overnight parking, if you will.
We don't have a good data set on that.
No, people move in and out all the time and kids have cars, so.
Yeah.
You know,
It was just a
that would be very difficult to
There
figure
be
out.
any appetite to banning cars in downtown Gloucester altogether?
Oh, yeah, that'd be great. Why don't you write that up?
We'll just try that. We'll just float that little balloon.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know
yeah.
what it's like where we have a snow emergency and where do we put all
They're
these
doing it
cars?
in London, you know, it's becoming more common to have restrictions on how many cars can go through the central areas. I don't think we're quite there yet. If there's no objection, I'd like to take a 2-minute recess.
Okay.
We've been going almost 2 hours now, and I think I need to stretch my legs for a second. We'll make it 3 minutes. We'll come back at 7:22. How about that?
Okay,
Sounds
so
good.
moved.
Very good.
Thank you. Second. I don't have, right?
No, we
Jason?
can take a break.
Okay, we
Yeah.
can do it. It's fine.
As soon as Tracy gets back, we'll get to work here. There you are. All right.
Sorry, I was
No, you're
stretching.
good. Perfect. So we're going to call the session back in, we'll go back into session here. So I think as I mentioned in the beginning, I think what we'll do is we'll take each amendment. I think we need to discuss about whether or not, I guess what I would like to do is to read through the amendment, confirm, Greg can confirm it, but confirm what each amendment does in terms of what the current uses are and how it changes those particular regulations or ordinances, and then discuss whether or not we feel any one of them needs to be amended, needs to be teased apart. And we'll just start with amendment number 1. So I'm going to go off of the document that Value prepared because it's easier to read. But amendment 1 is to recommend to the City Council to amend the zoning ordinance section 2.3.1 residential uses number 2 and number 3 to allow conversions of 1 family and new 2-family dwellings by right in R40, R30, R20, R10, and R5 zoning districts, and by special permit issued by the ZBA in the RC40 zoning district, and renumbering uses 5A and 5B to 4 and 5 as reflected in the draft proposal. So that's what was sent to us. The current zoning use tables, as they are listed in 2.3.1, list conversion of 1-family dwelling to 2-family without changes to the exterior dimensions of the building as an allowed use in all zoning districts bar RC40. Conversion of 1-family dwelling to 2-family with changes to the exterior dimensions of the building are allowed in all the districts bar RC40, but only as of right by now in the R80 and the R5. So as Greg pointed out, R5 should probably not have been included in that because it created some confusion about whether that was a change. That's not a change. And of course, number 4 is the new 2-family dwelling, and that is an allowed usage in all of the zoning districts, residential zoning districts, except for RC40. And then of course, RC40 would be, based on this motion, an additional permission to allow for a 2-family with a ZBA special permit. So we're going from an outright no to a special permit through the ZBA, which includes all the oversight, a butter approval, et cetera, and so on. So we're looking at changing uses 2 and 3 to remove the special permit process for R40, R30, R20, and R10. Is that would that be correct? Is that is that a correct read? Do we understand the same thing? Go ahead and speak. This is conversation.
It seems clear to me that that's
Well,
exactly.
I would say that one of our amendments should be to remove our 5 zoning districts out of
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I think we'll get to that. I think let's right now, let's just make sure that we're doing what we think we're doing.
Right, I understand. And I do have a question about the possibility of removing and by a special permit issued by the ZBA in the RC40 zoning district.
Mhm.
I was thinking that that might be something that should be removed to be a separate amendment because the RC40 zoning district is for 1 family. And what this is doing is it's stepping up 1 for that and to allow it by special permit issued by ZBA for a 2-family dwelling to be there. So that's kind of something new for that.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
And so I just thought that having that as a standalone would be more clear.
No, I actually think that makes a lot of sense. And also, we're talking about creating as of right usage in certain categories and adding a new with oversight in the RC 40. So I agree that we can make those two different distinct motions and discuss that if that seems to be the will of the committee. But I guess most important, I just want to make sure that we understand what is being recommended here.
Yes, we do.
Any comments you want to talk about it about? We can.
I,
Um,
go ahead.
Go ahead, Tracy. You.
No, go right ahead. I'm just, I don't know
So-
why you want it to be a separate amendment.
Okay. My thinking of
Val, yeah.
evaluate.
okay.
Go ahead.
Right, why would you want that to be a special amendment? I don't understand.
Well, I think
Why?
Because there's a commonality right now between our 40, 30, 20, and 10. And those are all, so there's a commonality of how those are handled. And as a batch, we are looking at taking those zoning areas and allowing two-family dwellings by right. Yet the portion of special permit issued by the ZBA in the RC zoning district, right now, the RC 40 zoning district does not allow
Right.
two-family at all. So we're gonna take that as a baby step to consider adding that. As a council, we want to discuss that. So I just think that there's different information to discuss in that entire amendment that warrants it being a standalone area, because that's the one area in Gloucester that allows only for single family homes. So we're saying now, if we want to buy special permit issued by the ZBA, two-family could be considered in there.
Yeah.
So that's,
Right.
I think.
I know what you're saying, but I just,
I think more to the point is I'm less concerned about
Yeah.
the RC 40 being currently a single family district than I am in how we approach the commonality of the underlying changes. What we're looking at is the changing of R40, R30, R20, and R10 to one, comply with Mass General Law 40A, Section 4, which requires a uniform treatment within a district of the zoning categories, so that if you are allowing two-family in one instance in one way, you still need to treat the other two families in the same district the same. We have a current rule that basically
okay,
puts an extra layer of oversight on one category of people. who are
okay,
property owners. But with the RC 40 zoning, taking that out, we're creating a new category that hasn't previously been there. And I
Okay.
think that linking them doesn't necessarily, we're not going to necessarily accomplish anything by linking them. We can still treat them separately. We can vote to approve both of them. We can vote to not approve both of them, or we could vote one or the other. So but it separates out the use and the oversight factor in the process, not the actual use itself.
right. So, but my question is, if you take those out, are we going to have 10 amendments? That's basically my
We might have
question.
12. We might have more.
Okay, that's the question. Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
The point of the amendments are that these are recommendations by the planning board.
Right.
And we then have to do, as we've been done through this public process, is to evaluate them from, the perspective that we come from, what we hear from constituents, what we think makes sense moving forward. And, the planning board has done its job and they've made the recommendations, and now it's up to us to run with those recommendations in the manner that we see fit as a council. And ultimately, we're the ones responsible for making those changes. I think they could have sent one recommendation and with all these points, and we would have been. How many motions we ultimately end up with is not really relevant.
Okay.
It's whether or not we have the motions the way that we want them to be.
I just wanted to make sure that I understood that you
Yeah.
were pulling him out completely, or I want to.
Well, only to deal with them separately. It's not that we're not going to deal with it. We're not yanking
Right,
it.
right.
We're just
Right.
we're saying whether or not we want to concentrate the two family by right with exterior modification change, and then we can deal with the RC 40 new use of a two family through special permit separately, and then we can go to the next amendment, which is the residential uses in 2.3.1. But anyway,
Okay, got it.
do you feel comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Greg, do you have any thoughts on that?
No, I think that's, I mean, again, I think, as the planning board reviewed these, they kind of did them by section of the ordinance. And that's one way to organize it. Again, to Tracy's point, you can consider the motion as is, and then, as you get to council discussion, if somebody didn't like, a particular district, they could say, I would like to amend the motion to remove, whatever district from the motion. But there's some ability to have more discussion if you dissect it a little bit further. If there's one particular amendment that, you have a particular concern with, if it's isolated, then you only got two shots at those amending those motions. So the work that you do right now will help down the road to try to focus the amendment discussions more individually. I mean, I do think, like you have pointed out, there's a lot of commonality of the treatment of two family in the other districts. And to your point that this is a new permitting path for a use that's not currently allowed in a district. So the more that there's something, distinct about more distinctions that there are in these motions, I think it's appropriate, as you pointed out, to maybe pull them out so that you can focus some of that discussion.
And you're going to find in when we get to Amendment 2, Tracy, that because of the way the state law has changed to on the vote requirements, we've got a mixed bag in here, and we have to tease this out anyway, so that we can vote one with a majority of the council and one with a 6-vote supermajority. So that's part of what we're doing tonight. So I guess the question I would ask you now, the notes that we have in here on the I've got two sets of notes, unfortunately. So we're going to want to at the very beginning, we're going to want to remove R5 out of the overall motion, because that's not changing anything. And
Okay.
sounds like we're going to want to separate the R40 through R10 aspect from the RC40. And of course, the renumbering will be reflected by those changes. We'll have to read that into the motion as well. Are there any other issues and concerns or thoughts on the First Amendment? Do we want to go through them all, or do we want to go one by one?
Well, I don't know how we want to do it, but I would like to know how many votes we need for each amendment as we go along, I guess. So some of them are super majority and some
You
of them,
wouldn't ask that question.
you were hoping I didn't?
Yes,
Yeah.
we have guidance from Krishna that
Chris?
outlines where votes are to be taken and how they are as of the amendments that are before us. We're going to be changing these amendments. So that may change the actual vote that we need to take at the council level, right? So as of right now, her belief is that amendments 1, 4, and 6 require a supermajority, so 6 votes change. That may change if we change what's in that motion. And I don't know if that I don't know the answer, because we
Okay.
don't have the motion in front of us yet, but we will get guidance from Krishna before the city council vote so that we know exactly how many it takes. We don't need a supermajority to move from committee.
Right. And who's Krisner?
Krishna Basu is our assistant attorney, city attorney.
Krisner Busner?
No, how do you pronounce her last name? Basu. K-R-I-S-N-A.
BASU.
B-A-S-U, yeah,
Okay. All right, and she's the assistant attorney. Okay.
right. Yeah, so she's given us
Thank you.
based on what we
Sorry.
have in front of us, but that's going to change. And I think
Okay,
we get a final analysis from her
okay.
before we get to the public hearing.
So she makes the decision on how many, she makes that decision?
Yeah, she'll look through our motions, determine
Okay.
based on section 5 of 40A what the vote requirements are. And then when we do the votes at the city council level, that will be the guiding document that we'll use.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, all right, no. So do we want to keep plowing through this, or would we like to go ahead and make some motions now on this one, or would you prefer? We've got a few that are related, then maybe we should just finish going through them as a whole, and then come back as we talk about some of the other issues that we're facing. Is that amenable? Can we go to Amendment 2 and discuss that one? 'Cause that's another one we've got to tease apart.
Okay, I guess.
Jason,
Yeah.
I think I would rather just dissect it while we're there, because we're pretty close right now to knowing what we want to do with one. And I'm afraid that after 9, our brains are going to be fried and.
Right.
Okay.
Fair enough.
brains a
Yeah,
little
good
bit
point.
now, So,
All right,
So
so,
we'll need to establish a new motion. Well, first off, we don't have a motion. I mean, we have an amendment on the table. We don't have a motion in front of us, so we can
correct.
establish our own motions. And you can use the planning board motion template that they used, but
So do you want me to take a crack at it? Just go through it and just do insert and delete really quickly?
yep, I think we can try
Okay.
that.
Amendment number 1, to recommend to the city council to amend the zoning ordinance, section 2.3.1 residential uses number 2 and 3, to allow conversions of 1-family and new 2-family dwellings by right in R40, R30, R20, R10, and deleting and R5 zoning districts, and by,
Yeah,
Special-
actually, you don't need to delete the R5 zoning districts. You can
just leave it out,
you
right?
just make a motion without it.
Just end the sentence at R10.
Yep.
okay, so, no, actually, we end the sentence at as district. So
Okay,
we're eliminating and R5 zoning.
correct.
Right.
It's just going to say, no, we're just eliminating in R5, and it will just say R10 zoning district. So we're eliminating and R5.
Correct.
Okay, so that's, and should I continue in that we also eliminate and by special permit issued by the ZBA?
No,
in the
that's going to be a separate motion. So let's leave it at end of zoning districts, and to amend the renumbering of the uses. We would end up having to renumber.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that's it. Greg, you want to give us a hand here with this? Because we have to add in renumbering uses 5A and 5B to 4 and 5 is reflected in the drafted proposal, correct?
Yes, I think you've captured it.
Okay. So just at the end of zoning districts, value, you'd say comma and renumbering uses number 5A and 5B to 4 and 5 is reflected in the drafted proposal.
Right, so we include that
Right.
after we say R10 zoning district and renumbering uses number 5A and number 5B to number 4 and number 5 as reflected in the drafted proposal.
All right.
Okay.
That's it. Sounds like a motion to me. You got a
Okay.
second?
Second,
Okay, so I'm gonna reread it to make sure that I understand it.
yes, please.
Also make sure that it matches with what Sherry's got. To recommend to the city council to amend the zoning ordinance section 2.3.1 residential uses number 2 and number 3 to allow conversions of one family and new two-family dwellings by right in the R40, R30, R20, R10 zoning districts and by special permit issued by the sorry, I kept reading. Stopped at zoning districts and renumbering uses 5A, 5B to 4 and 5 as reflected in the drafted proposal. That's it. Good. Everybody got a thumbs up on that?
Perfect.
All right. Very good. We got a motion. You want to make a second? We got a second?
Second,
Second. All right. Greg, you stop us if we start making mistakes here. Discussion on the motion.
I know that this meeting is for the city council. I understand that. But for the 46 attendees that are here, if you go on the city council website and you go under zoning amendments, and you will see a link to our board meeting presentation, you'll see this document that we're working off of. Okay, it's in that packet. It's got yellow highlighters. And so if any of you want to be following along with this, that's the easiest way to get that. So.
All
anyway.
right. So on the motion.
I second.
Yep, you second. So any discussion, we can go into discussion now.
I think that's fine. And then we have to make another amendment for what
That's
we
a
took
second
out.
motion.
Co-
That's a-
Correct?
Yep.
Okay.
We're gonna move on to that after we dispose of this motion.
So we're not voting on whether to accept this motion, are we?
Yes.
And to send it to the city council with a yes vote?
Well, with our recommendation.
Okay, so,
Tracy, we always do motions in the affirmative, no matter what.
Yeah.
okay.
We would never vote not to recommend.
Right, no, I understand. I understand. Okay, so we're
That's
voting now?
Robert's rules, right?
Yeah,
And then-
I think we're at the point, I think that was a fairly easy tease apart. So now I think we want to hear from you about what you feel about the motion.
I vote no. I think that two-family dwellings I think neighbors should know that you're gonna build a two-family next door. That's what I believe.
Okay. Okay.
I live in a very tight neighborhood and I know that R5 doesn't change. I understand that, but I believe that your neighbors should know what's going on next door. It's just the way I am. Sorry.
Okay, you don't have to apologize. Val, do you want to comment on the motion?
Yeah, so this is one at this point in time, subject to being more enlightened after the public hearing and as we continue to work through these, because we can always change our mind. But right now, this is one that I would support. And the supporting elements is that basically, right now, we allow a developer to come in and to take the unit down and start from scratch and be able to develop a two-family dwelling by right. And we don't allow that same opportunity for an existing homeowner who might not want to do a Ferngully of their house. They might want to tastefully come up with an addition to add a second unit to their house that could be very much in lovely neighborhood character and quite similar without having to, in more similar to the look of the whole neighborhood. So it just seems to me, first of all, we've got the whole area, the issue of the Enabling Act and trying to be compliant with the, it being equitable, but it seems to me as if an existing owner should have that same right of a person that's decided to just tear it down and then be allowed by right to come up with 2 units. So I recently went and looked at a house on Riverview where the owners actually, by permission of the ZBA, did go and do just that, but it wasn't by right. But what they did was they created a very tasteful attachment to their unit, which looked just like the current house, and it was lovely. And had they just knocked the whole thing down, they could have gone up and put in a 2-family dwelling or 2-unit dwelling. And so I
Okay,
think,
so
Go ahead.
maybe I'm misunderstanding this, right? To allow conversions of 1 family and new 2-family dwellings, that's a new 2-family.
Right, so the way that our use tables are structured right now, we have 3 uses that cover the conversion of a 1-family to a 2-family or a new 2-family dwelling. The creation of a 2-family with no exterior modifications and the conversion of a 1-family with exterior modifications are effectively being combined together so that you're not distinguishing between exterior modifications and interior modifications. So the new 2-family exists across the board already in every zoning district barring RC40. So if I wanted any place that I have a compliant lot, conforming lot with proper septic or sewer and all the other things that go along with it, I can build that 2-family by right. Similarly, if I have an existing home and I want to change it, I can do that by right. What I
So
can't do is change the footprint.
So why don't you just cross out "and new 2-family dwellings by right"? Or cross out "and new 2-family dwellings"? Make it to allow conversions of 1 family by right in R 40, 2010. Because that's kind of confusing, because it looks to me like you want to put a new 2-family by right. That's how I read it.
No, that's okay. I'm looking at the use table. I'm trying to see if there's any conflicts. That would effectively, well, let me check. We have to make sure that there's other things that we need to pay attention to on that. And that's the, whether or not there's any footnotes. What is footnote number 3? Footnote number 3, not more than 1 principal building per lot with the exception of wind energy conversion facilities. Because if we change one with a footnote change, it might change it, but they all have the same footnote. So effectively, that is, Greg, would you concur that that's effectively exactly the same thing, that it doesn't matter whether there's a conversion or a new family aspect to this?
I think the intention was to try to make it very clear that, right now we had, how can you arrive at a 2-family? And there is that ability to add on, and it was more for clarity. I mean, if you're suggesting that you want to just have, like we have right now, single family or single family home, and it, its allowance, and then 1 use category of 2-family across the board, that's possible. It would it would impact the numbering in the table.
Oh, God, yeah, no.
Because
We're
as you
already dealing with that anyway.
well, you are, because there's 2 categories and we've renumbered 4 and 5.
So if we just,
So essentially, we'd have to renumber all the residential use categories, which can be done.
So let's not do that.
that's not that big a deal.
But it was to try to make sure that it was very clear that new construction as well as conversion were permitted as of right.
Okay, that's, okay, then that's, okay. Now I understand. That's exactly what I thought it meant.
Good. Well, I think there's some benefit to leaving conversion of 1-family dwelling to 2-family as its own, that 2 and 3 get combined, because now if this gets approved, you're eliminating the distinction between exterior modifications and interior modifications.
Correct.
Okay. So are we comfortable with leaving it as it is, but with the, we don't have to change the language in the use table, do we? Greg, do
No.
we have to say and remove?
I'm sorry, what are you suggesting?
Do we actually have to change the verbiage, or will that be changed as a result of the vote? Will just be cleaned up?
So the motion that you read,
Mhm.
are you suggesting to modify that further?
No, I'm suggesting that because we're effectively combining 2 and 3, right?
Yep.
So that's allowing the conversions. We're combining 2 and 3. So the new language for that would be conversion of 1-family dwelling to 2-family, period. And then, and new 2-family dwellings, period. Those
Okay.
are 2 distinct classifications of use with the same end.
Right.
Yeah, the only impact to that would mean, because you're further, you're essentially further consolidating. The numbering of the, either we're gonna have a void in the use table, or we're gonna have to renumber all of the residential
If
uses.
we just add Ys to this piece, then that's effectively what we're doing right now. We're just changing the Ys to the S, from special permits to Ys, yes.
Yep,
But we don't have to change, because it's basically, it's redundant, but it's still clear.
right,
Okay.
yep.
Val, were you comfortable with finished on your discussion on the motion?
Yeah, I have one more thing to say on the motion, but I need clarification
Yeah.
before I make a statement. So to Greg, so the whole issue of by right is only allowed if the lot is compliant. And there are elements, if it is not compliant, that the owner needs to still have it reviewed by the Zoning Board of Appeals. So I'd like to just, if you would just state what those parameters are for those matters, I'd like to just make that my statement in this, in supporting this, because, you know, in going to all these ward meetings and listening to everybody and reading everything, there are still people that wanted to always have that element of review by the Zoning Board of Appeals, and they were concerned with what by right meant. And there are a large number of non-conforming lots that still require that review. So I was just looking for the reasons, if you could just speak to that.
Sure, and I think in one of the presentations, you know, one of the things that we looked at in really trying to evaluate how this changes things, it's, you know, the use allowance is one thing, and that's, you know, we distinguish between use and dimensions. And so again, as Councilor Grove pointed out, you know, you're allowing someone on a compliant lot to build a new 2-family or raise a structure and build to the compliant setbacks with a building permit. In the instance of a conversion, without changing the exterior, you can make that conversion. Changing the exterior, you have to go for a special permit. But it all falls back to, does the lot comply with the zoning requirements for the district in terms of size, frontage, and does the structure comply with the setbacks? And in any instance where you are deviating from that, has to be an evaluation of you're considered a non-conforming structure or a non-conforming lot. And the first test of evaluation is this increasing the non-conforming nature of the structure? So if you're in setback and you are looking to expand into setback,
Yeah.
or you are a non-conforming structure and you're changing the use, that has to be evaluated and most often has to involve additional review by the zoning board of appeals. So it's only, the impact of these decisions is if everything else complies, then you're allowed to convert within the required setbacks
Assuming you.
By
follow
right,
the requirements.
by right.
by right.
Correct.
Okay, so I just wanted to be clear with that because that's one of the other reasons why this particular amendment was something that I think that I could support at this point in time because of that, because I think that that has been an area where people want to have that dialogue and to be able to go as an abutter and to the ZBA and understand what all these, what is not compliant, because that process still remains. So the by right is
Right.
for only compliant lots. So that's my comment. Thank you.
I would also add, I know that during some of the ward presentations, Sean Henry had put forward some statistics on how many compliant lots there are actually in the city, and that it proved to be a fairly small number of all of our existing lots, somewhere anywhere between 15 to 20%, depending on the zoning district, that even included compliant lot sizes, much less whether or not the buildings that were on those sites were compliant in terms of their setback requirements. So it dramatically drops the potential number of as of right projects that'll come through. And then you also have the added burden, not the added burden, but the same burden that you have with all the other projects, which is that you have to meet all of the Concom requirements and public health and engineering, all that stuff has to be done. So, it really doesn't, in my view, doesn't seem like it's going to generate a massive influx of changes, though it will undoubtedly allow for a few infill units that previously would have had to endure, rather arduous process of going through the ZBA when their neighbors didn't have to necessarily do that for their property. I'm supporting this for that reason. I think that within the confines of the existing zoning regulations and the need to be fair and equitable across how we treat property owners in the similar circumstances, as of the requirements of Mass General Law 40A, Section 4. I really think that's kind of a no-brainer. The other option, and I bring it up out of fairness to the discussion, is to require all two families to be a special permit. And then that would be treating all of the uses equitably. So that would mean that if you had an empty lot, you would have to go before and do a city or special permit with the ZBA. The thing about that is that goes in contrast to what the housing production plan is trying to accomplish, which is to find areas in our zoning that are unnecessarily prohibitive to producing additional housing units. And if you want to make it stricter and you want to tighten up the process, you're going to dramatically decrease the number of people who are going to come forward and try to build up their property. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to find ways to facilitate the creation of new housing units where they fit in. And I think it fits on compliant lots with appropriate setbacks and appropriate frontage, just the same as it does fit if you put a new two-family unit on the same lot. And so that's why I'm supporting this. I think it's an incremental step towards creating some infill housing. It makes it fair for all property owners. It, in my view, actually favors existing property owners who want to stay in the city over developers who may be coming in to speculate, because they're more likely to come in and tear a house down and build a two-family to the maximum dimensions that they are allowed by right now. And we're telling the neighbor who's got a house and he might want to put a second unit there for whatever reason, that they have to be treated differently than the person coming in and raising a structure and building brand new. And I don't think that's the kind of message that we're trying to send residents of Gloucester, that we want to keep you here. So my feeling is that it's a productive change to the zoning amendments. And I will
Yeah,
be supporting it.
And so may I add to
Mhm.
that discussion? So I would like to add that it's become increasingly clear that these amendments are not for the big A affordable, but they're part of the housing stock. And I attended a session yesterday at the Gloucester House by a spokesperson very aware of housing in Gloucester. And right now we only have 20 houses available in the whole city. And the cheapest normal house is $530,000. And there's one piece of land for 360, I thought. I believe that was the number. So, you know, if you can envision the benefits of having some lots that are compliant, so, you know, they fit the norm to be able to afford a couple coming right out of college or something, two people working that might be able to afford, you know, half of a house versus not being able to live in Gloucester. You know, it's kind of a good thing, I think. And also at the same time, thinking of a couple that might want to retire here in place and are now on Social Security, and they might have an opportunity to have that second property adjacent to where they live right now. If they just built out a little bit and have it look very much like their existing house, have that opportunity is a good thing. So anyway, so I will be supporting this amendment.
Any other commentary?
Nope.
All right, well, I guess that we will take the first jump here on the motion. Roll call vote. Val Gilman, Councilor Gilman,
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill,
No.
Councilor Grow, yes. Okay, so that will go forward to, all of these will be going forward to the full city council. So we always say further to forward to the city council, but that they will all be going to the city council.
And
So
Jake,
that,
can I just say something that we didn't have in this motion that we probably should have? We didn't really complete the motion. There are a couple more words that we should have added. So let me just be clear. Oh, hold on. Typically, we add, it was in Meredith Fines. Hold on a sec. Okay, this is what I'd like to add. So I guess I'm amending this, but I think all of our amendments tonight, or our votes, should include subject to new information and or debate that results from the public hearing. This zoning amendment is deemed to be in harmony with the intent and the purpose of the zoning ordinance. So I guess I'm suggesting that we add that, or we can add that to all of them. Maybe we can just add that to all of them once we get through that. And the reason for that is because we want to be clear that we might change our mind, any of us, when we go and listen to the public and settle into this. And that's why we've added that to all of our motions.
that's fine. I don't have a problem with adding that. I guess the question I would have from a procedural point of view is we just voted the motion. We can suspend, we can agree to reopen the motion and add that language and revote if you'd like. Would that be, Sherry, do you have any thoughts on this? Tony, do you have your books handy? I want to make sure we do this right. I'm not an expert in this, and
No, I know. I just,
yeah.
Tony, do you have your books ready?
I guess I would like to amend. Do we have to amend the God.
Yeah,
such-
exactly. Look, Sherry, can we reopen the motion, or can let's make a motion to reopen the motion for the addition of the qualifying language as stated.
Or as I would offer a motion to amend it.
Okay.
We've already voted it.
I'd like to amend the motion
Yeah.
to add, subject to new information and or debate that results from the public hearing. This zoning amendment is deemed to be in harmony with the intent and purpose of the zoning ordinance. And I
Okay.
so,
Second for that?
Second,
Uh, Any discussion on the motion?
I've already
Yeah,
said
got
what I
it.
thought was the discussion.
Okay, so we'll just as a matter of course, each amendment will have that
Exactly, exactly.
as following language. It doesn't change the substance of any motions, so I'm going to suggest we just waive reading it. Is that okay?
That's fine, but we need to vote this first one in.
Right.
though.
Of course,
Okay.
yeah. So the motion to amend, roll call vote, Counselor Gilman,
Yes,
Counselor O'Neill,
yes,
Counselor Grow, yes. And on the main motion with the amendment, Counselor Gilman,
yes,
Counselor O'Neill,
no,
Counselor Grows, yes. So everything is back in harmony.
great, thank you.
All right. Now to the second half of this amendment. Do we want to, we're going to separate this out as its own amendment. And you want to take a stab at that, or do we want to, I think we can talk on the motion. I mean, it's fairly straightforward, but we've already separated it out. So Val, do you want to take a stab at the motion itself?
Oh. Do you want to take a stab, Council?
Sure.
would this get a new amendment number, right?
No, it doesn't.
No?
Forget about the numbers for that. Yeah.
Okay,
We could always call it 1A or something if we
We'll
want
just
to.
Call it the next amendment. So I would say recommended the city council to amend zoning ordinance section 2.3.1 residential uses. Use number 4 to allow, oh no, that's new construction. No, uses 2, 3, and 4 to allow the creation of 2-family dwellings or conversion of a single family to 2-family dwellings in the RC 40 zoning district with a permit issued by the ZBA. And I so move. Does that sound
is
good?
that, yep, second,
Greg, you have any issues with the language? Are you watching a basketball game or something?
Sorry, no. I think just uses 2 and 3.
no,
Well,
it's,
there's no new family dwelling allowed there, so it would have to be 4 as well. So if you're going to allow creation of a 2-family
that's, yeah,
in RC 40, you'd have to allow it as a conversion and also as new construction.
but it's 2 and 3 because,
2 and 3 only dealt with the conversion.
right, and then so 4 is now 3.
No, I
All
think we left 2 and 3. We haven't changed those yet.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second. I'm just,
Let's make sure we get it right.
Yep.
For those folks watching at home, this is literally the sausage making.
yes, you're correct.
Okay.
Sorry.
So let me repeat it and make sure that we've got it correct. The motion is to recommend to the city council to amend the zoning ordinance, section 2.3.1 residential uses number 2, number 3, and number 4 to allow conversions of 1-family and new 2-family dwellings by a permit issued by the ZBA in the RC 40 zoning district. And I so move.
second,
And
Okay.
and we're going to add that blurb to all of
With
them.
the added thing, right, with the added language.
Okay, All right,
Um,
so,
So that's moved and seconded. So on the motion.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
A special permit and a permit by the ZBA, are those the same?
Yes, it's a special permit by the ZBA.
Okay.
There's also, there's three kinds of special permits. There's a ZBA special permit,
Right,
a planning board special permit,
yep,
and there's a city council special permit.
right. So how are you supposed to know which special permit?
Because it's the way it's.
Because it says by the ZBA, sorry.
It was also, but it also says in the use tables, SP is a special permit by the ZBA.
Okay,
Okay. And if it says CC next to it, that's a city council special permit. So on the motion,
I didn't say that. Okay.
you have anything to,
No, I'm all set.
you're good? Okay. Val, do you have any commentary?
yeah, I'm going to support this right now. Again, I think it's part of our housing stock and the consistency, and then the permit is still issued by the ZBA, so that there's still opportunity for the neighbors to be involved with the permitting and to go to a hearing from the ZBA
Two-family dwelling.
and weigh in. So I will be supporting this.
Okay. I likewise am going to support this for a number of reasons. Again, I think you brought up, we're looking at citywide solutions to our housing situation, and the housing production plan specifically stated that we needed housing at all levels. And I don't honestly think that it makes any sense to say that we can't have a two-family structure in a district that has significantly large lot sizes that can, in all intents and purposes, be subdivided by their owners today and built brand new into single families. You know, there's nothing to prevent a property owner with a lot size large enough to divide that property and build a brand new home in a single family home. So with that in mind, it doesn't seem to me that the potential impact in that particular area of the city is going to be so significantly modified by the possibility of an inclusion of a two-family house where it's previously just been one families. You know, this is again, it's a citywide issue. I don't think that anyone has the right to say that their neighborhood is more special than anyone else's neighborhood. And, you know, we are looking at changes across all the zoning districts in an effort to create incremental change. And most of the changes still require abutters and oversight and ZBA approval, but there's ample space. I think that there are remedies to, if people don't want to see development, they have the right to deed restrict their property permanently. They can engage in the ZBA process and raise their objections there. There's the possibility of doing appeals, legal appeals. So there's no clear-cut, rapid process for anybody who would choose to do a two-family in the RC40, but I don't feel like it shouldn't be an option. And it's the only district that doesn't allow a residential use like this. And I feel like that doesn't really make sense. Is it going to produce a lot of housing? My guess is no. But I don't think that is the entirety of the issue at hand for me. So I'm going to be supporting it.
And just to piggyback on that, I just want to be completely clear that this motion right now that we're discussing is not by right. It still requires a special permit issued by the ZBA. So
That's
it's
correct.
not a given. It still has to be permitted.
And that's why we separated it out from the motion.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Right, understood.
Okay. All right. Well, unless there's anything else to say?
Nope.
No? Take a roll call vote. Councillor Gilman,
Yes.
Councillor O'Neill,
Yes,
Councillor Grow, yes. So we got that. That passes with the 3-0. Wow, one down, 8 to go.
At 11 o'clock, we have to vote to continue, but it's only
Oh,
quarter.
I know what I'm going to vote at 11 o'clock. I'm going to vote to have dinner. All right. Amendment number 2. I'm just going to read this real quick. I think it's got some special circumstances that we need to discuss. Amendment 2 states to recommend to the city council to amend the zoning ordinance, section 2.3.1, residential uses, use number 6, conversion to or new multifamily apartment dwelling. I think there's a spelling error in there. 3 dwelling units by allowing such use in the R3 zoning district by special permit issued by the ZBA and by right in the R5 zoning district as reflected in the draft proposal. And I would like to suggest again that we need to split this amendment into 2 different categories. And that is for a couple of reasons. One, the change of the R30 zoning to allow a 3-unit is only a change from a city council special permit to a ZBA special permit. It maintains a special permitting process. The R5, by going R5 zoning district as by right, creates a 5 vote instead of a 6 vote, which is what the R30 change would require, would be 6 votes at the city council level. And the change to by right for the R5 zoning would be only a 5 vote. So they can't be combined. So that's the first thing we need to acknowledge, is that they can't be voted together. Okay.
Yep.
So what we then need to do is we need to look at separating out the R3 zoning change from city council special permit to a ZBA special permit. And then we can consider the by right in the R5 zoning district. But before we get to that point, and I think there might be another issue where we come up against this, there's been enough concern, I think, in the public commentary about the MBTA community's changes and how that may or may not affect our city in terms of the downtown area. And I would be willing to set this R5 zoning district discussion to the 3-family by right, table that until such a point as we get more guidance from the planning director and from the state regarding what the MBTA community really means in terms of Gloucester, and whether or not these changes are either premature or maybe they're not even, maybe they don't impact it whatsoever. But I'm trying to respect the concern about the MBTA community districts, and whether or not we shouldn't set the R5 3-family aside until we have greater clarity. Does anybody want to talk about that?
That sounds good. What would be the procedure of revisiting that?
So what we would do is we would separate them out into two motions. We'll deal with the R30, and then we would create a, we could either create a motion or we could just vote to table that as a thing without any motion to the city council. And at such a point that we get some guidance on the MBTA community's language and what that is expecting, we can then bring that back to P&D as if it were just tonight. And we would then be able to use the language and understand the conditions that the MBTA community discussion brings up. And then we could either decide to pass it or not, depending on the impact of those decisions. Does that make some sense to you?
Yeah,
Or we
but
can go through them.
we've been told all along that these zoning amendments have nothing to do with the MBTA TOD.
Well, I believe that they do not, but I'm actually sort of deferring to you as the ward counselor.
Right,
Uh,
so I'm just trying to think out loud.
Yeah.
I appreciate, I mean, because that would basically just be pulling that out and
Setting it aside for a bit.
putting it in cyberspace or whatever for a later date, kind of.
Yeah,
Um,
it would remain as an unfinished business that we would take up at such a point. And I mean, I don't again know if the procedure, whether we should make a motion and then vote to table it, or if we just vote to table that discussion as far as not moving it forward. I think we need to have something formal in a vote so that
Right,
we can't just say we didn't deal with it, period. It's gone.
right, right. So, so I'm torn
Okay,
because, you probably, I don't know if you know this, but I would be voting no on that because it is my district
Mhm.
and, a special permit issued by, and by right in the R5, you know, that I have great objection to that. So I'm torn between tabling it because then it's out of sight, out of mind, or just getting rid of it and voting no tonight. So that's my two thoughts.
well, I mean, those are both valid positions. You run the risk that the full council could pass it.
That's
You know,
true.
in which case, then the discussion becomes moot. But I do think that, you know, I don't agree that what I've seen of the MBTA communities document stuff, this is going to make a massive difference one way or the other. And we haven't even got, I mean, we'll know more after March 9th when we get a little bit of an update, but I mean, it's a special permit now as it is. So for R5. So it's still an allowed use. As
Right.
Greg pointed out, it just requires a ZBA special permit.
Val, anything?
I've been.
No, huh?
I guess I am very, I want to learn more about the MBTA community information. And I think there's information to be shared to help us. And I understand what Tracy said, that initially it was said that these amendments were not really connected to the MBTA. But the more we have been digging deep into these, there could be some things that are relevant. So I guess I would rather table it right now.
Okay, well, I think maybe we should do is proceed with the R30 discussion, get that resolved.
Okay,
And then I think we can make a motion and then table the motion. And that way it's in the records as an active piece of discussion, and we can then return to it. My personal opinion, as I've said, is I think that anything coming down from the MBTA communities is going to be probably far more permissive than this. But you know, we're only really talking about the difference between as of right and the special council permit, or I'm sorry, the special permit from the ZBA. I don't think that they're going to be as intricately linked. I think if the MBTA comes along, we're going to be dealing with a far more liberal interpretation of what our zoning should be, and maybe not. I don't know.
I don't, what do you mean by more liberal interpretation by what our zoning should be?
By more as of right uses, you know, I think that's what the MBTA is pushing forward. is,
Right,
You know,
right. I have, so I have the, I got a lot of paperwork here that intertwines the Department of Housing and Community Development, the MAPC and the MBTA. They're all intertwined with each other. It's crazy. So the housing production plan was written actually by the Metropolitan Area Planning Council, the MAPC, for the city of Gloucester. So my fears are that the MAPC and the MBTA and the TO, it's just, this is where I live. So I am, nervous about the 2,270 units they want to put within that half-mile radius of the train station, or whether my interpretation of the half-mile radius is correct, or whether it's touching the half-mile radius. That's still my neighborhood. I drove a half mile from the train station to the bottom of Mount Vernon Street. That's just a half mile. So even if it is beyond that half mile, it's still Ward 2. And it's still, the state of Massachusetts is, it's a big deal. And the MBTA is a huge entity. And, we're just a little teeny ward trying to find a parking space and trying to not fight with our neighbors constantly, because that happens. So I don't know where I was going with that, but I just wanted
I
to
think you're making an argument to table it.
table it.
I'm getting the impression, I feel strongly that you're going to vote no either way. I think that.
I am.
I think
am.
Al and I are probably leaning towards the idea that we need some more information, and that information is not too far down the road from coming to us, and then we can make a better evaluation once that information is made available to us.
And Tracy, I am equally concerned with you. So I am equally concerned.
It's actually scary.
Don't think that tabling it means that
Out of sight, out of mind. It's not true.
Right.
to say, I just want to pause and see what all this means. But it doesn't change anybody's feelings of, we just want to understand. There's more stuff that the guidelines haven't confirmed what they are. And I'd like to just see what they mean. So I'm comfortable tabling this right now.
All right.
The,
All right. That sounds
I think
reasonable.
ultimately we'll get to that. We'll get to it in a second, but we're ultimately trying to make the best decision with the most information that we can make.
And why does the R5 zoning district only require 5 votes and the R30 requires 6 votes? What?
It's creating housing that was, correct me if I'm wrong, Greg. And actually, let me make sure that that's the case. Because Krishna, I believe amendment 2. Okay, I'm going to read what Krishna wrote to us today. Amendment 2, I believe this amendment needs to be split. The section allowing conversion to a multifamily in the R5 district as of right can be approved by a simple majority. The section that applies to R30, making an approval by the ZBA instead of city council, is not really allowing the conversion by special permit. It's already allowed by special permit. I think that the change would require a supermajority, meaning 6 votes for the R30. Also, 40A states that any amendment that requires a simple majority vote shall not be combined with the amendment that requires 2/3 majority. And what I think that 40A section 5 says is that if you are creating housing that was not otherwise allowed by right, or in addition to what is currently allowed, which the by right aspect of it is adding less of an oversight layer, then you can go with 5 votes. That's my understanding of how that's written. The change was intended to make it easier to create new housing. It's completely transparent. They've said it. They want zoning board.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. I understand that. I just don't understand.
Because the only thing that changes with the R30, it's already an allowed usage. There's no more additional housing that could not already be built within the zoning ordinances as they exist. It's just a question of who makes that approval, whether it's a city council or it's a special permit from the ZBA. So it's not there's no net change of additional housing in numbers. It's just a question of process. And process has to be changed by a 6 vote.
So it's just changing it from a permit issued by the ZBA instead of the city council?
Yeah.
Okay, I did not understand that, obviously.
Yeah. No, it's okay. It's all right.
Okay.
That's why we're mashing this out.
Yeah, Tracy,
So-
your questions are really good because you're totally understanding all these things. So that's.
Well, yeah, because I mean, 3 different special permits, right? One city council, one ZBA, and what's the other one?
Planning
This
board.
isn't easy.
Planning
This is,
board.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's why we're.
Okay.
I regret getting on P&D every single day. Thanks, Val.
Yeah, I'm so glad.
So, all right, let's
Can I
get,
make a motion? Can
Yeah.
I make a motion to table? I move to table that the city council amend the zoning ordinance section 2.3.1 residential uses, use number 6, conversion to or new multifamily of apartment dwelling, 3 dwelling units by right in the R5 zoning district as reflected in the drafted proposal, and I so move.
Second.
all right, I just want to make sure that that's. So we don't need to make a motion and then table the motion. Your motion is to table the discussion.
Yeah, my motion is to table. That was my first word. I said I
All right.
moved to table.
Okay, right, then on the motion.
I second the motion.
Yep. And on a discussion on the motion, we've already pretty much discussed it, but if anybody has anything else to add.
No.
So we will set aside the R5 zoning 3-family by right until such a time as we've been updated on the MBTA community's requirements. And then we will return to it at P&D. We're not going to bring this to the full city council at this point. We'll hold this in P&D until such a time as we're ready to move forward on a recommendation. Sounds good?
Sounds good.
All right.
Thank
roll
you.
call.
Thank you very much, you guys.
No worries. Roll call vote. Councilor
Yes.
Gum,
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill,
Yes.
Councilor Grow, yes. So the motion passes. We're going to table that discussion. That brings us back to motion for the R30 zoning district by special permit. You want to take a crack at that? Anybody? Sherry? Greg?
I think I could take a crack at that. What do you
All
think?
right.
All right, amendment number 2, to recommend to the city council to amend the zoning ordinance, section 2.3.1 residential uses, number 6, conversion to or new multifamily or apartment dwelling
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be an or in there. That's fine. Go ahead.
or apartment dwelling, 3 dwelling units by allowing such use in the R30 zoning district by special permit issued by the ZBA. And I so move.
And so move along with the additional language.
Yeah.
Moved in second. We have a second. Val, you want to second this?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, good. All right. So on the motion,
So,
Should it just for my, I don't know, should it say by special permit issued by the ZBA instead of
no,
by the city council? No?
because it's already by city council.
Okay.
And while you're thinking, I'll just chime in here.
that's
The
fine.
only change this makes is the governing body that makes the permit. Every other usage to a conversion to a multifamily or apartment dwelling of 3 units is by a special permit by the ZBA. That's R5, R10, R20, all have special permit by the ZBA. The city council has to do in R30, and in R40, R80, and RC40, they're not allowed.
Okay.
So I feel like that's a fairly straightforward
Yep.
change. It creates a commonality of how we treat that particular use.
so just to be clear, this changes a conversion to or new construction of three-family structure in R30 to a ZBA special permit requirement, right?
Yep,
And currently, the city council has that role.
that's
So,
correct.
So the neighborhood still gets to weigh in, they still get to be part of the
It's
process.
all has to go through the same level of vetting and a butter notice and public hearing and everything else like that. It just changes the authorizing body. You know, again, if we want to be consistent, we could change them all to city council special permits. But again, the housing production plan's goal is to, you know, to tease out those inconsistencies so that now the ZBA, the city council is not going to be involved in three-family conversions in 5, 6, 7, or 5, 10, 20, 30. The ZBA will handle all of those. If they can handle R20, they can handle R30. What was that? Oh.
I was gonna mute myself, but I said, no.
Wow.
I'm gonna take that.
You remember the
Alright.
night that you started sneezing? You were doing your board meeting. It was so.
All right.
All right.
So let's keep it together, folks. We've got a long night ahead of us.
I know. Trying to
So
ask-
on the motion, is there any discussion on the motion?
No.
No? Okay. Val, do you have anything to add?
No, I mean, again, there's still vetting here. There's still dialogue that goes on between the abutters and the neighborhood. So there's still a due process for people to be heard. So I'll be supporting this.
All right. Okay. Well, if there's no other discussion, we'll do a roll call vote. Councilor Gilman,
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill,
Yes.
Councilor Grow votes yes. So. All right. That's it. I think that was a good choice. It makes sense. Amendment 3. All right. Amendment 3 and by extension, Amendment 4. We'll start with 3. To recommend to the city council to amend zoning ordinance section 3.2.1 dimensional requirements for single, 2-family and 3-family dwellings by amending the minimum lot area per dwelling unit square footage by zoning district as follows. R80 would be 40. R40 would be 20,000. R30 would be 15,000 as reflected in the draft proposal. And obviously, I think it needs to be stated that if a use like a 3-family is not allowed in R80 and R40, it would only apply to single and 2-family houses in those districts. So
Council, can I ask a favor of you as chair? Can we screenshot the 3.2.1? So we can visualize this, because one of the confusing things that I've had with these amendments is that we're not looking at the use tables.
Yep.
And but by putting this up, it will become much clearer to me again. And
you have those handy?
I think Sherry has.
We're looking at 3.2.1 use table.
It's just 3, it's just 3.2, correct?
Was, yeah, but it's the first table. So 3.2.1 dimensional table.
I have it available.
Awesome. Let's
Thank you.
fire it up there.
One moment.
So getting back to what we were talking about before is like, why were these amendments put forward by the planning board? And I think we have to look at what the intention is. And the intention is that at some point it was decided that you needed 80,000 square feet for one single family. If you were going to have an additional unit on that property, you needed another 80,000 feet. You needed a doubling of that property. The same with 40 and 30. You get down to R20 and those minimum lot areas are half of what the actual lot size is. You get down to R10, it's 1/5. And when you get down to R5, it's also 1/5 for principal uses of those buildings. Now, to me, you know, I think the intention here is that if you're going to allow two families on properties, then you can't expect that property to have to expand to twice its size to accommodate what's an allowed use. That, you know, especially with the four largest zones, R80, R40, and R30, sorry, three largest zones. And I think that's what their intention was. The overall lot requirements is the same. So we're not reducing the lot size. You're not subdividing the lot to a lesser size of the property. So you still need 80,000 square feet, and then you can put a two-family, and that would be accomplished with 40,000 per square feet. And similarly with R30 and R40. So I think that was the intention behind what they're trying to do. Personally, I think it makes sense. I don't think it makes sense to require a doubling of lot size, especially when you're looking at some of the smaller districts. You have a pretty dramatic decrease in the amount of minimum lot area per dwelling unit. And I don't think it puts an undue burden on those areas, because again, we're talking about a relatively few number of potential duplexes or two-family units, and 40,000, 30,000, and 20,000, 10,000 square feet. I'm sorry, 30,000, 40,000, and 80,000 square feet for a lot is a pretty good size for that. Do you want to discuss it at all?
How come I'm looking at a different document?
You're looking at 3.2. Can we go down? Is there
Is there a 3 point? The document I'm looking at is this one.
Okay.
That's the
Because
changes.
those
this
are with
is-
the changes?
right. So that's what we're looking at right now.
Right, but it's important to understand that what's in red is the proposed changes, not.
Correct. But this is helpful for me. if that's
I think that there's something. Hang on a second. There's one incorrect thing there. That 20,000 R20 does not change. It's still 10. Oh, there's no change there. It's still 10,000. So it's only R40 and R30 that change their size. R80, R40, and R30 that change to half the lot size. R20 doesn't change, though it's listed in red there.
All right.
So so R20 isn't in this motion anyway.
That's right. And that's why I wanted
Okay.
to make sure it was
So,
clear.
Right, so we don't even have to look at that right now. So, so I look at this as we're just discussing this. It's removing the current requirement to a double lot size in these districts to convert or to build a new two-family home. So it's doing a two-family home in the same size of the existing home, correct?
Existing property.
Property, yes, property, thank you. So obviously the 40,000 is down to 20, but 20,000 times 2, because now they're going to be 2 dwelling units, not just one, is back to 40. And same with R40. And then with R30, it's 30,000 to 15, but 15 times 2 for 2 dwelling units is 30,000.
Right. Now, just for clarity, this would also apply to single-family homes. But that's not really relevant because you could build your single family. But if in the case of a 3-family unit, you would still need to add, like in the R30, you would have to have an extra 15,000 square feet to accommodate a 3-family. So you couldn't build by right, or you'd have to go through the special permit process anyway, but you would need 45,000 square feet to put a
Right.
3-family in the R30 zone.
Right, my examples were all for 2-family, so you are correct.
Yeah.
So for 3-family, then, you could be exceeding the existing minimum lot area by a third.
You would, but you would need the property to back it up. So
Right,
if you
right.
didn't
So it
have,
has to have all the, it has to be conforming, it has to be conforming in order to get that.
right, so if you were in R30 and you had a 2-acre lot, which
Mhm.
80,000 square feet, you would be able to benefit from the lot size per dwelling unit reduction because you have 45,000, you need 45,000, you still have 15,000 extra. Can I do math? It's not math, it doesn't sound right. 25,000 square feet. So, but this is really, I think, principally aimed at 2 families.
Right. Got it.
But it does say 3-family, right?
Yeah, no, it's otherwise you would, if you wanted to put a 3-family on a 30,000 square foot lot,
Right,
right?
yeah, you need 15,000 more.
No, right now you'd need 90,000 total, because
Oh,
30,000 square feet per dwelling unit.
Right.
So you'd need more than 2 acres, which again is kind of not sensible, I don't think. While we're looking at this is also gonna, the same table will give us a look-see at Amendment 4, which we're gonna look at in a minute, which is the lot width,
and 5 down the bottom,
and 5.
height.
Yes, and height. So we'll revisit, I know, we'll revisit that in a minute, but same
Yeah.
table will address both of those other amendments. So, and just again for clarity, 3 families are not allowed in R80 and R40, or what this amendment is put forward doesn't reflect is RC40. If you're going to allow a 2-family in RC40, you've got to adjust the lot size per the lot area per dwelling to include RC40 in this as well, I believe.
Why?
Because otherwise you leave it as it would now be an allowed use with special permit, but you would be leaving it at the the table.
Didn't we do that on Amendment 1?
Well, that was the allowance of 2 families, but now
Right.
you just need to
Right.
adjust the dimensional table.
Oh,
RC4
okay. Sorry.
wasn't included in the amendment language. I'm just saying that we have to include it to make it consistent with R40. It actually was in the original motion. So that's, it wasn't transcribed into this particular motion. So RC40 was included in the ZBA motion when they made their recommendations. So we just need to include it in the language when we actually make our own motion.
I don't understand that. Hold on a
Okay.
second, because I'm the one that retyped this, so I want to.
I know, I didn't want to point that out.
Well, I'm humble. If I made a mistake, I'll fess up. My zoning district,
I have the planning board motion if you want me to read it.
yeah, I'm looking at it right here.
Okay,
Are you looking at Amendment 1?
Area
no,
per
3.
dwelling unit
Okay,
By zoning district as follows, R80, 40,000, R40, 20,000, R30, 15,000 as reflected in the drafted proposal. I don't see any changes, Jason.
I'm looking at the December 20th planning board votes. It would
I'm
take
looking at that too,
December 17th.
December 17th.
Right. Motion number 3 was made by Remsen, seconded by Henry to recommend to the city council to amend the zoning ordinance, section 3.2.1, dimensional requirements for single, 2-family, and 3-family dwellings by amending the minimum lot area per dwelling unit in square feet by zoning district as follows: R80 to 40,000, R40 to 20,000, RC40 to 20,000, R30 to 15,000 as reflected in the drafted proposal.
Oh, I see. I left out RC 40, 20,000. No.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, I left out.
Yeah, I
RC.
don't have it in mine either.
so we
Gotcha.
need to add that into the motion to keep it consistent with the R40 and the 2-family usage.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. So where are we on this? Let's try to keep up the energy.
Have to amend it and put in the RC 40.
Oh, we'd have to make a motion first. So
Okay.
All right, so let's just make a little mark there.
I don't really see a reason to deviate from the motion that was made by the planning committee, planning board.
No,
So we'll just go ahead and,
I'm just
Okay.
using my document.
Yeah.
So I'm going back to add it,
right.
but yeah,
So-
we can use what they gave us. Yeah. RC is 20. Okay.
Then you ready to roll?
Yeah, can someone talk more about this right now?
You
So,
want- you wanna-
two-
How about if
two
I read some
family-
poetry?
Let me throw this out. A 2-family by right on a lot, you don't need to double the acreage.
I believe you do. Greg, you want to weigh in here on this?
Sure. So currently, the R5, R10, and R20 districts are really blind to the dimensional requirements for lot area per dwelling unit for a 2-family. So if you have a lot that complies with the single-family requirements, you can put a 2-family as well, because there's a halving or less of the lot area per dwelling unit. And then when you move up to the larger lot districts, as Councilor Grow pointed out, there's a doubling. So essentially, you have to have basically almost the size of 2 lots for the district to be able to put a second unit on the lot. So these amendments were separated out into things that related to the permitting of the use and the use allowance, and then also dimensional requirements. I can definitely tell you, I've had the experience before with folks in some of the larger lot districts that have come in and asked, what they need to do in order to be able to pursue a 2-family. And again, in those districts, it may be allowed, but again, there's this requirement of additional land area, which would require a variance from the Zoning Board of Appeals if they don't have it. So across the board, it is essentially, if you have a lot that complies with the dimensional requirements for a single-family home, it can also pursue a 2-family, and more particularly if the amendment passes also for those conversions, provided that they meet the setbacks and all the other zoning requirements and other jurisdictions, whether it's septic expansion or otherwise, you can pursue it. So it's something that's right now an additional requirement in some of these larger lot districts for more land area. And that was some of the analysis that was provided, that there would be certainly a few more lots that would be eligible for a 2-family if they comply with the existing district. Because right now, there's a lot of limitation just because of the lot sizes themselves as to whether or not they can pursue a 2-family.
Okay, thank you. And then this will refer down to Amendment 6, which is a footnote that is related to this. So we almost have a subset amendment from on this particular matter, right?
Amendment 2, 3. Yeah, I think that is there to clarify that we're only talking about 1, 2, and 3 family, allowed 1, 2, and 3 family dwellings in these properties. And that is not multifamily in this particular case indicates 4 or more units. Yeah.
So that's interesting, right? Because we've been talking about multifamily being 3 units.
Right.
Yeah, and just to clarify, the 3 family did not used to follow these dimensional requirements. It used to be that it was 1 and 2 family in this table, and then multifamily was in section 3. I can't. I'm looking at the ordinance. And I was going to scroll. I have it open here. Hold on one second. So the dimensional table for multifamily dwellings is 3.2.2. Again, a 3 family is a multifamily, but it has lesser dimensional requirements that are included in this table. So it was to make it perfectly clear. And again, when these amendments were made, not everything was done perfectly. And if you can continue to go through our ordinance, as I know Councilor Groh, and we had a discussion the other day, this is the body of work over at this point, 60-year period of time where things have been amended section by section, line by line in different locations. So this footnote was to make it very clear that for 3 family, this is the table that applies. For 4 or more units, the next table in the zoning ordinance 3.2.2
Okay,
for 4 or more.
got it.
And there are additional lot area requirements and other dimensional standards for 4 or more.
Okay.
So it still points out, I think, too, just to repeat that if you can't put a 3 family in RC 40, R40, or R80, but a 3 family in a 30,000 square foot zoning district, as we just pointed out with the special council permit change to a ZBA permit, would still require 15,000 square feet per dwelling unit. So you would have, those would be restricted to the larger lots of R30.
Correct.
You ready to take a stab at a motion, Councilor Gilman? Pretty straightforward, I think. this one.
Sure, yeah, so I move to recommend to the city council to amend the zoning ordinance section 3.2.1 dimensional requirements for single, 2 family, and 3 family dwellings by amending the minimum lot area per dwelling unit square foot by zoning district as follows: R80-40,000 semicolon, R40-20,000 semicolon, RC-40.
Yeah, you got it. RC 40-20,000.
R30-15,000 as reflected in the drafted proposal. And I so move.
Second,
Now, can we, before we move too far down the road here, can we just incorporate the language of Amendment 6 into Amendment 3? We probably should have done it with Amendment 2. You know what? Let's not, since it applies to both 2 and 3. We'll just go treat it as a single thing. But when we get to 8 and 9, I think we should incorporate that into the amendments as they fit in, so that we're not adding extra unnecessary stuff. So, all right, it's been moved and seconded to recommend that City Council to amend zoning ordinance section 3.2.1 dimensional requirements for single, 2 family, and 3 family dwellings by amending the minimum lot area per dwelling Unit square feet by zoning district as follows: R80 to 40,000, R40 to 20,000, RC40 to 20,000, R30 to 15,000, as reflected in the draft proposal and the additional language, about harmony with the zoning intent. We have that moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Tracy O'Neill. Any discussion on this? You get up early, don't you, Tracy?
Mm. Yeah,
Val,
well,
you
today,
have any additional
Really?
conversation on this? I think,
No, I think I mean, I covered some of my thoughts before, so that
okay,
would be in the minutes.
all right. So, and I believe this is a 6 vote when it gets to the council. All right, well, in that case, a roll call vote. Councilor Gilman,
Yes,
Councilor O'Neill,
no,
Councilor Grow, yes. Passes 2 to 1. And now we can move on to Amendment 4, which is the dimensional requirements amending the lot width. So the amendment, as was submitted to the city council, is to recommend to the city council to amend zoning ordinance section 3.2.1 dimensional requirements for single, 2-family and 3-family dwellings by amending the minimum lot width in feet by zoning district as follows: R80 to 100 feet, R40 to 100 feet, RC40 to 100 feet, R30 to 80 feet, R20 to 80 feet, and R10 to 65 feet, as reflected in the draft proposal. So we're on this one. My understanding of the intent of this is that we are creating odd shaped lots
minimum lot width.
correspond with a minimum width as opposed to what the frontage requires. So that creates odd placements of building siting. It creates kind of odd subdivisions of property because you have to create this kind of
the wedge.
like a
Pork
wedge.
chop.
Or like, I think Sean put it, like pregnant, you got a pregnant lot. You know, it's up here and then you come down to that. I think that the sense of making that larger than the required 100 foot to 80 foot to 65 foot doesn't make any sense to me. You know, I called 3 and 4 kind of my nonsense amendments because I don't really understand what the thinking was behind the original amendment, and changing it now seems to be a lot more friendly to property owners, but doesn't change it so dramatically that you're going to see, I mean, you're not going to see a lot of lots redrawn, but you may make a lot that was previously undersized in a district that may then become compliant. And that's sort of the goal here, I think.
So you currently can't have side-by-side lots that are in a wedge formation. That's basically what they're saying, correct?
Yeah, that's basically it. As long as the minimum lot width,
The lot width is the same as a lot frontage.
yeah, it's saying that the minimum lot width needs to only be as much as the frontage. So you can have a larger, obviously, but Greg, do you have any kind of commentary in
Yeah.
here?
Sorry about that. I lost connectivity, so I'm on my phone hotspot right now. So this is one where so we do still continue to see lot division by the approval not required process of the planning board. It's not a subdivision if somebody is land rich and frontage rich in a district, that they can create new lots that comply with the dimensional requirements for the district. There's a fairly streamlined process of submission to the planning board of a plan to divide the property into one or more lots from a parent lot. And the effect of the difference between the frontage requirement and the lot area the lot width requirement is it tends to push structures further deeper into a lot. And as you know, there are definitely areas of the community that have a fair amount of development along the frontage of roads already. If there's the ability to, have a lot that satisfies those requirements, very often our roads are either sometimes sloping down towards resource areas or they are backing up against ledge. And this lot width requirement requires that structure to be deeper into the lot. And so I think there's some advantages from the perspective of, again, if somebody has the lot area, sometimes we end up with a siting of homes that are having to move into the ledge line to develop the structure, or they're being pushed into conservation jurisdiction because of this lot width requirement. So by creating uniformity between the two, if somebody has the required frontage, the required area, it gives them more flexibility for the siting of the home, perhaps closer to the street. And again, there is a minimum setback requirement, the front yard setback that they always have to comply with. And so again, this is, it's almost like there was the creation of not only something that was an additional setback that is variable depending upon the lot configuration, but it also made it challenging to divide a piece of property into 2 or 3 lots, again, if they had the required area. I kind of call it the surveyor's work program, because they very often had to put a lot of jogs into plans to make sure that if they were trying to create 2 lots, and sometimes what you'd end up with is maybe one house closer to the street and one further back where, the second house is looking at the backyard of the house next to it. Not that we're looking for perfect uniformity of homes on a street, but this is certainly something that complicates the more simple divisions.
Any thoughts? Any discussion? Tracy?
So
you-
I got a question for Greg. So Greg, from a developer standpoint, this is helpful as opposed to having to deal with wedge formations?
Well, I think more often than not, what we see is an existing property owner that is either looking to split the lot for the sale and development of a new lot. It's certainly situations where properties are divided and a second home is built for a family member. I don't want to suggest that that's always the case, but this is typically a property owner with a home in Gloucester that looks to see if there's the ability to create some additional real estate through a division. And if you had 40,000 square feet in a district and the requirement was 20,000 square feet, then it becomes this challenge. And you had a perfectly square lot, it becomes this challenge of if you had double the frontage, you then run into this issue of, can you actually site a second home? Because the lot width requirement is larger than the width of the 2 lots. So very often somebody will, have basically this serpentine line between the lots to try to see if they a second structure on the lot, and otherwise they potentially would have to go for relief from lot width, which is certainly something that has been pursued in the past with the zoning board, but it becomes a variance. It's not a special permit. So the burden for that is a high bar to demonstrate that to the zoning board of appeals. So,
So does this allow the developer to squeeze in extra lots that they wouldn't have been able to do if it remained as a wedge lot?
It is a complication to whether or not it can be. Every lot is different, but the requirement would otherwise be that you have a frontage requirement and you have a lot width requirement that's larger, and so it creates this. If you're beginning with a rectangular lot, it potentially challenges the ability of dividing that lot, and it creates often the case where somebody has to put in a lot of extra lot line segments to be able to try to satisfy that dimensional requirement. There is no question it makes it harder. as it is. And it would certainly make it easier if there was agreement between frontage and lot width.
Any other discussion?
Nope,
You feel like you understand what we're looking at here?
absolutely. Yep.
Good. All right. Well, in that case, we've got a motion. Do we want to, do we have a second, correct? Yeah, we did that. So we have a motion. We have a second. No, we haven't. We haven't done a motion yet. Sorry, I was on the previous one. So
Sorry.
you want to go with the motion that the planning board made, or you want to make any modifications?
We really have nothing there that we have to remove.
No?
So I guess I mean, I can make the motion if you want. I move to recommend that the Planning and Development Committee recommend that the City Council amend the zoning ordinance, section 3.2.1, dimensional requirements for single, two-family, and three-family dwellings by amending the minimum lot width feet by zoning district as follows: R-80-100, comma, R-40-100, comma, RC-40-100, comma, R-30-80, comma, R-20-80, comma, and R-10-65 as reflected in the drafted proposal. And I should have just said, I should have gotten rid of the first dash each time, but I
Don't
was
worry. We
I was
got, we like our dashes.
wrong in how I read it,
All right.
but anyway, I think you guys know what I was saying.
Do we have a second on that, Tracy?
Second,
All right, a discussion on the motion? Feel okay about it? All right, one way or the other?
Yeah.
All right, so it's been moved and seconded. I've already stated, I think it doesn't make sense that we have this requirement. You know, it basically that, yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me that we had that to begin with. And I think this cleans it up fairly nicely. So we'll do a roll call vote. Councilor Gilman,
Yes,
Councilor O'Neill,
no,
Councilor Grove votes yes. And that's it. So it's 2-1. And we'll move on to the next motion. And that included the accompanying language, Sherry, of
Yep.
peace and harmony and all that stuff. All right, number 5. Now we're going to get into some serious stuff here. All right, this is another amendment that requires some modification. The amendment as it came to us was recommended the city council to amend the zoning ordinance section 3.2.1 dimensional requirements for single, two-family, three-family dwellings by amending the maximum building height in feet to 35 feet in the following zoning districts: R80, R40, RC40, R30, R20, R10, R5, CCD, CB, and VB is reflected in the drafted proposal. However, it has come to light that VB itself was never intended to be part of the 35-foot height discussion in the final vote, that it was an error that it was included. And that has been, so I think we should, even though we can make our own motions, we can just simply delete village business from that list of potential.
wasn't that in Amendment 7, Jason?
why would we
No,
delete VB? Why don't we just leave VB in there? Why would they be exempt from the 35-foot height recommendation, or why?
Amendment 7 doesn't have VB listed in it. Oh, it
Well,
does.
because it does in the original planning board one,
Right, they both do.
right?
It
So
was
why
my-
did it get taken out?
Well,
because it was a Scribner's error in,
when they were assembling the
November
motion.
19th recommendation that came forward to City Council. And Greg corrected that error in his opening statement. But in looking at Amendment 5, I didn't know that VB had to be removed.
Let me take a.
I just don't understand.
No, so just to be clear, that was in the consideration of the 45-foot height that the VB was removed.
Okay, but this is 35 feet high.
Right. So that
So
was
VB
not
can-
excluded from that district, correct?
Right, so VB can still be in this Amendment 5.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
my
And-
mistake,
Yep.
my misunderstanding.
Okay. All right.
So we don't have to
So-
remove VB.
So is this a amendment that we would want to remove the R5, CCD and CB and VB to table that portion of this? Or
in
not?
response to in response to the MBTA communities thing. Yeah, I think that we could definitely separate them out.
Are we just kicking the can down the road?
We're only kicking it down as far as getting some new information. I mean, I don't see, it's not like we're kicking the sewer system down the road or something like that. We really know we have something going on in the very near term. And
Okay.
I anticipate us returning to this, in the not too distant future. So what's the will of the committee? I was going to suggest that
I don't like separating it out. I think it should stay in.
okay, well,
And I think we should vote on it because I want to be included with the R80 people. I want to be included with R40 people. I want to be included with those zonings districts.
I was gonna make a suggestion and
Okay,
in light of the great resistance that the height change has been received by folks for any number of reasons, and some of them more valid than others, but I think the intention behind, and again, Greg, I think you can correct me if you want, the intention behind the height change was that a couple of things. One, that it really isn't that far off of what there are already in terms of a lot of homes in Gloucester, buildings in Gloucester that are above 35 feet or 35 feet. That it's not an atypical height for communities like ours, though Rockport has 30, Manchester has 35. That the concern about blocking of viewscapes along the waterway, or just in general down general viewscapes. It's clear that this has become pretty polarizing for folks, and there's not a lot of love for it.
Yeah.
But the other reason that three families were included in this was the idea that you can't really design a three-family in a 30-foot space. Okay, the resulting design is compacted. You gotta shrink the living space to make the 30-foot requirement. And that if we allowed 35 feet, especially for three families where they're allowed, then you could incorporate design that would allow, instead of flat topped buildings, you would allow more features that would be more in keeping with the local community and local neighborhood look. So I was going to suggest that maybe we remove single and two family from the 35 foot and keep it as an option for three family dwellings, so that you would need to be coming forward with a three family designed in order to get a 35 foot allowance as a matter of right in terms of the building requirements. That doesn't change anything having to do with the the special permit process or the approval process that some properties might have to go through. And there was another reason, it's coming off the tip of my tongue. Oh, anything above 35 feet, we would take the 35 feet out of the ZBA process. Anything that would come above 35 feet would automatically come to the city council for a permit. So I think it's a nod towards understanding people don't want to see a massive number of single family 35-foot buildings being built, but it accommodates what the housing production plan wants to accommodate, which is the creation of additional infill units like 3 families with some design latitude so that we can actually have homes that look like they belong in the neighboring community. So that's my take on this. And since we only have 3 families in R20 and down, it would by default leave R80, R40, RC40 as at 30 feet. Correct, Greg? You follow that line of logic? Yeah. Okay.
So to make sure that I understand what you just said, you're saying to get rid of the 3 family dwellings right now as a separate amendment?
No, I'm saying in our motion, we eliminate single and 2 family from the motion, period, and apply the 35-foot height only to 3 family dwellings.
No,
Well, I'm not real comfortable with that because
no.
I'm not really comfortable at all with changing the by right from 30 to 35 feet at all.
Right.
But you're
Right.
okay, I understand that, but you're only talking about in areas where you can build a 3 family to begin with, and most of those require special permit process anyway. So what you're just saying, you're taking out the height change, but they still have to get the special permit. So if there's issues involving the height and issues involving the siting of the structure, those can still be considered at the ZBA for the special permit process.
No, I don't like that. I'm not comfortable with that at all. I would like to keep the amendment as it is and vote on it. Because, I mean, I just think that that's the way I think. We should leave it as it is and vote on it. That's what I think. Because if you increase the height to 35 feet, there's a footnote, number B, if you will, or letter B. Maximum height for buildings may be increased by special permit anyway. So again, you know, if you give someone 35 feet, they're gonna want 45. You give them 30 feet, they're gonna want 35. And I understand that if it's 30 feet, you could still ask for 45, but that's asking for a lot more than 5 feet. You know, and I know that my logic of thinking might not jive with yours and, you know, but that's a human nature. If you give someone 30 feet, they're gonna want 35. It's just human nature. It's nature. I'm not comfortable with that at all. Sorry.
Okay. I was trying to address the fact that we've got such resistance on the single and 2 family potentials that the potential for 3 family dwellings is already pretty minimalized, and you're just creating, you know, one minor change to the design factors that might allow the creation of some of these units. And again, in pretty isolated districts, especially CCD and CB. I mean, those districts can certainly handle 35 feet with relatively little problem. And I would be willing to bet that we could drive around R5 and R20 or R10 and see a great number of 35-foot buildings that
Right.
serve as multifamily.
Understood, but that doesn't mean that we want every building to be like that.
Yeah,
And
I
that's
mean,
what that's what I
Every building can't be
foresee.
like that. That's the thing.
Huh? What?
Every building can't be like that. It wouldn't. I mean, to be honest with you, it can't, unless you're gonna go tear down every building and rebuild it. That's not what's gonna happen.
Well, what I'm saying is just because there's the buildings downtown that are old buildings, like built in the 1800s, and they're tall. I don't know how tall, but they're tall. I would guess they're above 35 feet. But just because those ones are that high doesn't mean that that should be the norm downtown in my ward.
Well, we're talking about anywhere that 3 families would be allowed.
Well,
including our-
right, so I'm talking, you're right. But didn't we say 3 families not allowed in R80 and 40 and RC 40?
Yeah, that's right.
So what's left? R30, 20, 10, and
Yeah, R30, R20, R10, and R5.
So, Tracy and Jason and Greg, don't we have to remove R5 from
Why?
this anyway? Because that's a simple majority versus a super majority?
No,
No?
no, it's not by the district size. It's by the change in how you're permitting new units to be built. So this would be a change in the height, which would not, R5 3-family isn't allowed use. So changing the height doesn't change the potential for new units that wouldn't otherwise be created, which is the threshold for 5 votes. You're only changing.
I think you have to clarify, though, it also refers to dimensional standards for multifamily. I think Krishna had that in there as well. So I think the one point is if you're suggesting to, well, I guess you're not suggesting to change the motion. I mean, if you're trying to separate 1 and 2 family from multifamily, I think that's appropriate. If you want to try to have the discussion, we'll have to make an adjustment in the table where there'd have to be a line item for 1 and 2 family height and then 3 family height. If there is not really the appetite for the 1 and 2 family, you are kind of consolidating it to a discussion around multifamily, in which case I think that only requires a simple majority.
Yeah, she says here that she agrees that 7, 8, 9 are simple, or 5. 5 allows a simple majority for height changes that allow for additional housing beyond what would otherwise be permitted. Yeah,
A simple majority.
or a simple majority in some districts. It says in some districts a simple majority, in others a super majority. But again, we would get a better ruling on that from her once the amendments are put forward. So how do you want to proceed? You want to keep moving here a little bit?
Can we separate them? Tracy didn't want to separate them.
right,
but-
I would object to that. Because
Okay.
I just don't think it's fair. I don't think it's right.
Well,
I just don't think it's fair.
okay. I would be amenable to taking out 1 and 2 families in this and reserving it for a relatively small number of houses. But if it's, I mean, we can make a motion, we can amend the motion, we can but I think we should make a decision one way or the other.
All right, I'll make the motion.
Okay.
All right. To recommend to the city council to amend the zoning ordinance, section 3.2.1, dimensional requirements for single, 2-family, and 3-family dwellings by amending the maximum building height in feet to 35 feet in the following zoning districts: R80, R40, RC40, R30, R20, R10, R5, CCD, CB, and VB, as reflected in the drafted proposal. And I so move.
Okay, been moved. We have a second? We have a second?
I'm just struggling with this right now because I just look at some of this as being one of those motions that, or one of these that we should table. That's all, just because there are some unanswered guidelines that I just like to understand. And we'll understand those by the end of the month when the state, or by May, is it May 2nd, Greg, when the state produces their final guidelines?
No, they haven't indicated when they would be complete. You know, and again, I think, you know, Councilor Grove's approach, and we've discussed this with the administration as well. You know, the timing of the MBTA community has certainly caused confusion for people. On the one hand, you know, again, because of the genesis of these proposed amendments, there's no, you know, the council can certainly move forward on all of them and consider them currently. It seems like
I lost you there, Greg. I lost you. It seems there.
Greg, we're not hearing you. You're, you sound like you're in a tunnel.
Greg? There you are. You're back. We lost you, but you're
You're
asking about-
mute. You're on mute. There you
sorry
go.
about that. My Wi-Fi came back, so it switched from my phone. So I was saying, again, I think, you know, the thought was if the council was more comfortable to learn more about the MBTA communities before taking up these amendments, certainly wanted to provide the opportunity to do that. In which case, you know, you kind of did that with one of the amendments earlier, again, to provide for more information. You know, again, I think if the sentiment around height is not really going to change, there's probably not a whole lot of advantage to waiting on that or separating it out, unless you feel like by doing so, by separating the 1 and 2 from the multifamily height requirement, that somehow that, you know, that will change the discussion. Again, the more things, the more details that are in some of these proposed amendments, and trying to separate them out to focus the discussion certainly is a good approach to it. But if it moves forward right now as is on height, you know, that's an acceptable way to have the discussion as well. I think that from the use perspective, that is definitely the focus of these proposed amendments. In the case of the R5, it is also the focus of the MBTA community requirements. So, you know, there is certainly something to be said that they are both talking about multifamily by right. But again, the origin and rationale for what's in front of you is born out of the housing production plan process. The state is now taking a role of trying to push the issue on multifamily by right through
Right.
the state zoning change. So again, on this particular amendment relating to height, would it potentially facilitate, you know, 3-family development or multifamily development of 3-family in other districts? It sure would create more flexibility for the use of 3rd floor space. But, you know, that's where it kind of begins and ends. If people aren't comfortable with the increase in that height, then I don't think there's a lot's going to change in a week or a few months.
So let me
So,
go ahead, Tracy. This is,
yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around this. the reason to table the amendment would be to find out what the MBTA wants us to do?
Well, I
Or
think,
what
I
they,
think,
what the MBTA wants?
well, I think there certainly was a lot of public comment about MBTA community.
Right,
And if it's purely an option for the council, if you want to understand that more before you take action on particulars in the downtown area associated with these amendments, then by all means, take the time you want to. If you want to move forward on them as is, that's up to the council as well. But again, we've learned more in the last couple of months about what the guidance is coming from on that. There's going to be a presentation next week on Wednesday on it. And again, if the council feels like they would like to hear that before they take action on these amendments, I think that was the intention of Councilor Grow, to kind of pull off some of those that may or may not be relevant to that state guidance and continue those to another meeting in the future. But if you choose to take them up now, you can certainly do that as well.
so is it the MBTA that's doing the presentation next Wednesday?
No, it's a requirement that we have the discussion amongst ourselves. I will be providing a presentation that's a combination of information that I have that's a little bit more tailored to Gloucester, but also the backbone is what the state has been providing in terms of presentation and guidance that they've been doing over the last couple of months.
So you'll be kind of reiterating what the state is providing on
Yep.
Wednesday? Is
Yep.
that the full council or is that P and D?
That's a joint meeting of the city council and the planning board.
Okay,
So
So would you like to make a motion to table this amendment and we can revisit it after this this next meeting? Or whenever we feel it's ready to go?
are you asking me?
I guess
I'm
I
asking
was,
Val because she was the one who was.
I was eager to move this because I'm not comfortable for 1 and 2 family homes to increase the maximum by right height allowance to 35 feet. I don't think we should change the way we do it. So I was just looking for that. And then there's a part of me, Tracy, where I'm just thinking I need more information. Like let's say downtown, right? We're on Main Street and a particular house is between 2 45-foot multi-family high with retail on the bottom, right? And all of a sudden a developer wants to come in and do something with that middle building right now, right? And all the buildings around it are at 45 feet because that's what those buildings downtown are naturally, right? So I'm just not, I'm not sure if I'm ready to vote that yet until we understand a little bit more about.
So this doesn't say whether it's by right or by special permit, or is it understood that it's by right?
This is
No.
a map by right height allowance, right? That's-
Well, you have to be careful by saying as of right, because if you look at the use regulations, right?
Yep.
All 3 families are by special permit. So this would have to go through a special permit. The only thing it does is it says that an applicant can come forward knowing that 35 feet fits into the allowed building height. They still have to get the special permit. They still have to have the abutter notification. They still have to go through that process.
So footnote B says maximum height for buildings may be increased by special permit. So that's after you've done the 35 feet, footnote B says maximum height may be increased by special permit. So this is 35 feet by right, because if you want to go higher, you need a special permit.
You need a special permit to get a 3-family regardless. So the special permit, to get above 35 feet, you would need to go to the city council. But for the ZBA special permit, conversion or to a new or multifamily apartment dwelling with 3 units would require a special permit regardless of where it is, except for central business, in which footnote 5 applies.
But this doesn't say that. It doesn't say, it says zoning ordinance section 3.
Are you on the use table or are you on the dimensional?
I have both here.
I'm talking about the use table, which
I got it. Yep.
dictates how a 3-unit is allowed, right? So it's not allowed in 80, not allowed in 40, and not allowed in RC 40. We've voted tonight to change 30,000 square foot 3-family to a special permit. So everybody has to go to a special permit except for central business. The 35 feet only changes the ability to come in with a fully developed 35-foot building for your special permit process, as opposed to getting additional, the additional 5 feet at that process. They can still deny the permit for any number of reasons, including overshadowing and any other issue that might come up during the ZBA special permit. But what you're trying to, I think the goal of the planning board was to allow more flexibility in the design while maintaining a butter input. And so the process of going to the ZBA and coming with them with a plan and then asking them for something, you have to go back and then you've got to redesign your plans if they decide to give it to you. And then you got to come back and get approval. Each stage makes that process just that much more arduous. And I think that you still have to go for a special permit for the overall granting of a 3-family, but it allows you more design flexibility. But again, I'm responding mostly to the outrage of the 1-family and 2-family dwellings. I don't think that it's quite as warranted as some people made it out to be, because given, as we did last week in the city council, we granted an 18-foot special permit to a building, and you would never tell me in a million years that was 48 feet tall.
Well, you can't, I mean, that's a beautiful,
I know, I'm just pointing out that
old home.
obviously
and-
what they've seen.
Right, and buildings that are gonna be 45 feet high are not gonna look like that in R5. There's
Well,
just
we're also not talking about 45 feet right now. We're talking about 35 feet.
Okay, so which brings me to Amendment 9, because the Amendment 9 creates a minor footnote amendment to Amendment number 5 and 7. So we're on number 5, right?
Right?
We're on Amendment number 5.
Yeah.
So Amendment number 9 hooks on to Amendment number 5 and says, amend the zoning ordinance 3.1.6 special permit for building heights in excess of section 3.2 limits by amending section 3.1.6 by retitling the section and amending the first sentence to read B, building heights in excess of 35 feet or greater, building heights in excess of height requirements of 35 feet or 45 feet respectively may be authorized by special permit issued by city council as reflected in the drafted proposal. So this footnote attaches to Amendment 5, which allows you to go to 45 feet by special permit.
No, it allows you, what that footnote is doing is allocating the responsibility for allowing a height above 35 or 45 foot, depending on the situation. Let me finish. Depending on the situation, to the city council as opposed to the ZBA. Currently, the ZBA can go up to 35 feet. Now, if you change that, if we change the height allowance to 35 feet, the ZBA would no longer be in the process for granting a height exception, right? So if you went to the ZBA, the max you could get was 35 feet. If you wanted to go 36 feet, you'd have to go to the city council.
Right,
And
and
if-
right now it's at 30 feet. So if you need more, you have to, if you
But-
want 31, you have to go to city council,
No, 30, you have to go to ZBA.
ZBA.
Yeah, it takes the height requirement to 35 feet, which is what the ZBA is authorized to grant right now. They can go up to 35 feet if they want to. This is just saying that if you go, we're going to say that ZBA can go up to 35 feet with these projects. They still have the overall permitting authority for a 3-family, but the height is not going to be as critical in that equation for a 3-family. That's what I'm suggesting. If you go above 35 feet, you have to go to the city council for a special permit to get above 35 feet. That's for 35 feet residential usage. With 45 feet applies to multi-family, multi-use buildings that have commercial space on the bottom floor and residential above. That, then you get to the 45 feet. The zoning board could only go up to 45 feet at that point, because that's what the allowance would be. Anything above 45 feet would be a city council special permit.
Right. Yeah,
Jump in here if you think I'm missing something, Greg.
no, I
No,
understand. I
so the only
understand
thing
it.
I would clarify is it's the path of relief beyond the allowed height. So if you change the allowed height to 35 feet, again, whatever the permitting process is for the use remains, but the standard for that residential use would have a new ceiling of 35 feet. The way the height exception is written in section 3.1.6, there's essentially an ability to request additional height regardless of what the height requirement is. So in this case, if you reset the standards for multifamily, 35 in certain districts and then 45 in others, it's just being modified to reflect that you'd have to go to the city council above 35 in the districts that are identified for multifamily, or sorry, 3-family. And then in the CB and CCD district, if the height allowance was 45, a request beyond that would require a special permit from the city council.
Right, and this specifically states 35 feet or 45 feet. So
Depending on the use.
in excess of those height requirements may be authorized. I hear you. But I just don't like it. That's me.
The 45 only applies to those uses that would be allowed by 45, and that would be reflected in the amendment 7.
But
right?
so, okay, I'll tell you, because this is conversation, right?
Yeah.
My fear, okay, or one of my fears, I guess. We go to 45 feet in the R5 district.
Mhm.
And then the MBTA comes in and says, okay, well, now we can go to 60 feet and we're gonna have like, 5-story buildings all around my neighborhood, and they're gonna be multi-unit dwellings, 60 feet high. And that's not what my neighborhood's about. And it's not gonna be the beautiful building on Beacon Street. It's just, I don't want to be another Salem or another Beverly or another Revere. That's what I'm foreseeing. And that's my fear. I mean, because we could talk freely, right? So that's where I'm coming from. That's where I live. I live there. I mean, I don't live, in East Gloucester or Magnolia or I live where you're talking to putting all those units and all those people. I'm telling you, we have neighbor wars, and I don't know, I've been fighting with my neighbor since I was a kid. Right? And they just keep twisting the knife. And to put people on top of them, I mean, what is the, have we even thought about crime rates, like in more dense neighborhoods as opposed to rural neighborhoods? Have we looked at that? I meant to go down and see Chief Conley, but I didn't get there to see if he might have that information, because it has to be relative. Because the closer you are to someone, the closer your quarters, I mean, even in the house, right? If you don't have any place to get away from your spouse, yikes, you know, you got to get away, right? You got to go upstairs, downstairs. You need space. Everybody needs space. And this is taking that away. And, you know, I know a lot of talk that's about mental health these days. And this is not good for my mental health. It's not good for anyone's to be, you know, it's just, that's what I foresee. And I am obviously against it. So that's where I'm coming from. Thank you for letting me ramble on.
Yeah, yeah, that's all right. So we said we would go that way. So we have a motion, but we don't have a second. So where are we now?
I don't quite know.
You can vote no. It's voting no is a perfectly
I
reasonable.
really don't. I just keep reading this over and over again. I've been thinking about this
Mm,
since 7 o'clock this morning, like really hard. So I'm not completely sure.
I've been drinking and sleeping this for weeks.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
So, you know, the process in me feels a need to understand the guidelines before we make a decision. So, if
The guidelines of the MBTA.
yes, I just want to understand it more, because all of this as a whole, the way it's written right now, I understand Tracy's desire to keep it together, and I'm trying to be respectful to that. But at the same time, I really want to understand what the guidelines are. And, you know, and it's not what the MBTA wants us to do, it's what we want to do. So even if we understand the guidelines, we still have the opportunity to deal with how we want to deal with the zoning, correct, Greg? I mean, we're gonna, this information that we're gonna do, that we have to do before May, before May 2nd. We have to show the the state that we've had a meeting with the city council, and that we've provided the state, with the information on how our zoning looks today, correct? That's basically what we're doing. And
Yep.
then the rest all evolves in terms of what the guidelines end up looking like. And then we decide as a city council if we want to comply or not, correct?
So, I mean, it is a state law that has, and they are working through the guidelines. But ultimately it is council action.
I have.
If there are amendments that comply, they would have to be approved by the council.
Right.
If they're not approved by the council, it rests with the council.
Right, so we.
I
so we-
have,
Right, yeah.
I'll
so-
finish.
Yeah, do,
can I just tell you that I have the draft compliance guidelines for multifamily districts under section 3A of the zoning act that was put out by the Department of Housing and Development. And I just want to read you paragraph 7. I mean, I've got multifamily district means a zoning district, including an overlay district in which multifamily uses are allowed by right. That's just one, all right? I'm gonna skip to number 7, determining suitability for families with children. Section 3A states that a compliant multifamily district must be without age restrictions and must be suitable for families with children. Department of Housing and Community Development will deem a multi-family district to comply with these requirements as long as the zoning does not require multifamily uses to include units with age restrictions and does not place any limits or restrictions on the size of the units, the number of bedrooms, the size of the bedrooms, or the number of occupants. Now, with 2,270 units at the train station, they have to be family friendly, right? So they can't be one unit apartments. They can't be one bedroom apartments. So let's take the minimum of 2-bedroom apartments. Right now, legally, 5 people can live in a 2-bedroom apartment. I know this. You want to know why or how? I'll tell you, but so take the 2,270 times 5 people is 11,350 people right there in the R5 district around the train station, within a half mile, maybe within a mile. Okay, that's a lot of people. And with no limit on the number of occupants, this scares the heck out of me. Because I had a woman who didn't pay rent, who came and it was her mother and her daughter. Come to find out, she had 2 grown boys living upstairs from me. And it's legally allowed, but at least there was a limit. She couldn't have had a 3rd kid. She couldn't have had a 3rd boy. She couldn't have had 6 people. This one has no limit on the number of occupants. This is ludicrous. It's crazy.
It's also, we haven't adopted it. It's, I mean.
Well, that's what I'm trying to avoid. Right, and the thing is, first we were told it had nothing to do with MBTA TOD. Okay, and now we want to wait to see what the MBTA says.
All right,
Well,
I'll jump in there. I'll jump in there again. I took the position that you, as a ward counselor, had been getting enough grief about this. I would be perfectly happy going through all these things tonight and passing them. I'm responding to your concerns and Frank's concerns in Ward 3 about what the impacts are for the TOD. I'm not suggesting that I've changed my opinion that the MBTA communities is reflected in what these zoning amendments are. I'm trying to be cognizant of the fact that we maybe can delay some of this action until we get some more information. I'm perfectly happy to move forward and approve all these if you want to. But I'm trying to give some latitude to you as the ward counselor of an impacted district, time for us to hear what this actually means. I don't know what the date of that letter was, but
It's not dated.
Well, and I don't know what to make of it. I mean, Greg, I don't want you to dive down the rabbit hole of trying to figure out what this is all about. But I mean, I see it. I see us pulling back on some of these things, not as a response to, well, we got to see what the MBTA wants us to do. More, let's make sure that what we're doing is best for Gloucester, which I think some of these things are. And we don't want to, if we decide for whatever reason, and again, I don't know because I haven't seen it, that the MBTA communities make sense, or we can make it make sense, or we can develop a way to make what our existing zoning is make sense within those confines, then fine. And if we can't, then maybe we don't go with it. I haven't made a commitment one way or the other because I haven't heard what the details are.
Right.
But so I'm of the mind that, I'm also cognizant of the fact that we've had a lot of pushback about 35 feet in single and 2-family houses. And my feeling is there are relatively few 3-family dwellings that are going to be produced, even with the changes we're making here, that the addition of that facilitating better design and a better structure was worth moving forward with. But I can see we're kind of at loggerheads here. I would move forward with the 3-family with the maintenance of the special permit for the allowance of 3 families. So you have oversight, you have neighbor community, input. I would remove R80, R40, RC40 because they're not three families anyway. And that's how I would move this forward.
So to amend the maximum building height to 35 feet in the following districts. So
Be R30, R20, R10, R5,
Yeah,
CCD,
right.
village business, but only for three family structures.
Right, I'm not going to agree to that, sorry.
Okay, well, that's all right. We haven't even gotten a second on the motion yet. So this,
I know.
if you don't want to second it, just say
I am just,
motion
I
will
am just
die.
struggling with this right now, okay? Because we have a choice. We have a choice right now. And we're trying to do the right thing. So
I think we have a three options here. We move and move Tracy's amendment, motion as it's stated. We move second motion and I try to amend it, and whatever happens, happens. Or you vote, you make a motion to table this until we have greater discussion on the MBTA communities. I think that's where we're at. And I'm frankly, I'm fine with any one of those.
So I know I'm giving you a real hard time. I know that, but I
Don't-
just,
Tracy.
because I don't know either. I mean,
This,
You know?
listen, I know that these are issues that affect each of us personally. And when I say it's not personal, I understand it is personal for you on this particular issue, but your feelings about this, I don't take personally. Okay, I understand where you're
Right.
coming from. I respect that. I respect that you have a different constituency to answer to. And that's all fine and dandy. I'm not gonna not talk to you because we disagree on a motion.
oh no, I know that. I know that. But what I'm saying is, I don't know if it is better to wait and see what the MBTA says, or whether it's better to pass it now before the MBTA comes to town. You know what I mean? That's kind of,
My feeling is that the goal of these amendments is to facilitate the creation of infill housing. And I believe that doing that with the three family makes the most sense at 35 feet. I do understand people don't want giant 35-foot single family or two family houses. I get that. But if the goal is to facilitate the creation of quote unquote, more affordable units within three families, this does that. And I think we can modify it and it would apply to a relatively few properties. I don't think it's going to have, we figured out that there's not that many properties in R5 that could actually even accommodate the creation of a new three family.
oh yeah, I think, can I tell you a fun fact?
Sure.
The Green Monster is 37 feet high at
Yes.
Fenway.
It's a baseball
So,
thing, right?
yeah, well, but I mean, so just imagine,
Well, they would have to
Something
come
that
before us
high.
for a city council special permit.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
So
but-
if we don't have a second to the motion, it dies in committee.
Yeah,
Just walk away from it right now.
is that
Right.
how we want to do this?
I don't know. I'm just, it's a fourth option. Or we remove the components here and create it into two and take it up as two separate motions. Because I'm pretty certain how I want to vote on single and two family. I'm not certain how I feel about the three family dwellings because I want to hear from the MBTA. I want to understand what that means. It doesn't negate that I'm passionate, Tracy, and I'm absolutely willing to be hearing from the whole public and understand everything. If we learn about the MBTA stuff, we're going to be back discussing this and we're going to have as much passion as then, so it doesn't, we don't lose the passion and the momentum. I just feel a need to understand these guidelines and
Okay.
right now I don't understand them and they're not done yet. So
right?
we don't even know what it means to us because we're
Right.
It's
Then
like,
I suggest we make a motion to table this one and return to it later.
Can I ask
As a
one more
whole.
question?
Yeah.
Who has the most power? Does the city have more power over what the state says? Or does the state have more power over what the city says?
I have all the power.
Oh, okay. Oh, wait a minute. I don't know if I like that either.
This ultimately, the city has the power to do what the city wants to do.
Okay,
There are consequences to that. And
I know that. Yeah, I've read that.
consequences, but
Right.
the
right.
answer is it rests with us, it rests with the city council, and
Okay.
ultimately all we will. So, you know,
Okay.
they can be tough on us, but we can make the decision that that's, you know, not in our best interest. So,
All right, good. That makes me feel
I'm
better. That
open
gives
to
me,
you
I'm
know,
sorry, what?
and I'm perfectly open to that. I'm not, I
Okay.
haven't come to a conclusion on the MBTA communities at all. I don't generally like to be forced to do things.
Right, right.
So I understand that, but at the same time, you look at the pros and the cons and how things weigh out. They may make changes that are big. They may not make changes that are big, but we haven't got there yet. So Val, do you want to make a motion to table this amendment and we can move on to 6?
yeah, sorry, I gotta,
I know I got my dinner here too.
no, my dog is just all over me right now, drooling and everything else. Cooper, go away, go see daddy. So I recommend to the city council,
Just make a motion to,
I make a motion to table the amendment number 5 on the zoning ordinance section 3.2.1 dimensional requirements for single, 2-family and 3-family dwellings by amending the maximum building height feet to 35 feet in the following zoning districts: R80, R40, RC40, R30, R20, R10, R5, CCD, CB, and VB as reflected in the drafted proposal, and I so move.
okay.
Second,
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to table this amendment. A roll call vote.
Yes.
Do we have discussion? I thought we had discussion, so I'll just
think
go
we
right.
yeah,
to-
no, yeah.
All right, yes. Council Gilman,
Yes,
Yes.
Council O'Neill,
yes.
Council Jason, Grow, yes. So this is on the, this will set this on the side here, and we'll get to number 6. This is a quote unquote minor footnote amendment to amendment 2 and 3 to recommend the city council to amend the zoning ordinance section 3.2.1 dimensional requirements for 1, 2-family and 3-family dwellings by amending footnote A to read, this requirement pertains to 1, 2, and 3-family units or dwellings. For multifamily dwellings of 4 or more units, see section 3.2.2 as reflected in the drafted proposal. Does this need discussion?
Just a footnote. I don't
Just a
think so.
footnote. I don't feel like it needs any discussion. We've already passed the other motions. Tracy, do you have any?
I think it's okay. Just give me one more second. 3.2 point. So here we go. Footnote to read. Footnote, what footnote?
Footnote A?
Footnote A,
Mhm.
is to read minimum lot area per dwelling unit or minimum open space per dwelling unit.
Do you want to throw that up on the screen, Jason? For Sherry?
Increased by special permit.
So
So,
you want the use table for 3.2.1. Can we pop that up if you got a second? Excuse me.
dimensional requirements for 1, 2-family and 3-family dwellings. By amending it to read, this requirement pertains to 1, 2, and 3-family dwellings.
All right.
Because right now it says minimum lot area per dwelling unit or minimum open space per dwelling unit or both may be decreased by special permit issued by the city council, but only upon a finding that such lesser lot area or open space is in keeping with neighborhood character and structural density So changing it to just say this requirement, oh, adding? I mean, it doesn't,
So
Okay.
the original footnote, 3.2.1A said this requirement pertains to two-family dwellings only. See section 3.2.2 for multifamily dwellings. Two-family
minute.
dwellings must also satisfy the general minimum lot areas. So we're adding three-family in here because the multifamily can apply to being a three-family unit by definition as well, but we changed in the previous amendment, the three-family issue. So we're dealing with adding that this specifically only applies to 2 and 3 families and not 1, 2, and 3 family dwellings and not multifamily dwellings above 4.
well, that doesn't make good sense to me because they're decreasing the space between buildings. And if it's a 4-family, why would you do that?
Refers to a different use chart,
Okay.
a dimensional chart.
Yeah,
What- I'm not sure I understand your point.
yeah, no, I was thinking 4-family. So dimensional requirements for 1, 2, and 3 family dwellings.
Yeah.
So it's just adding this requirement pertains to 1, 2, and 3 family dwellings?
Right, because there's a
So-
different
the
dimensional table for multifamily of 4 and above.
Right, it doesn't say to add, it just says change it to read. That's what,
Right.
you know,
That's right. It's just clarifying that this is for 1, 2, and 3 family. It's just a clarification point.
Right.
Right.
it's
So-
Footnote language to account for the different
For adding
Right.
the
family use in R5, R10, R20, R30, right?
yes.
but instead of this amendment number 6 saying by amending footnote A to read, quote, this requirement pertains to blah, 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 okay?
Because it
Make
currently says-
it say by amending footnote A to add this requirement. Because in my mind, you're deleting the footnote that's there, and all you're writing is this requirement pertains to 1, 2, and 3 family dwellings.
So the footnote that's there says this requirement pertains to 2 family dwellings only.
So that's not what I'm reading right here on my, maybe I'm got the wrong footnote A.
I'm looking at 3.2.1 footnote A.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm at 3.2.2.
That's multifamily 4 and above.
All right, 3.2 A.
And what's on the screen right now is the changed version, not what is existing right now on the use table.
Okay.
So
Is this 3.2.1?
yes,
I'm sorry. See, 3.2 A.
It's really helpful just to look at the red right now.
Yeah, I know, but I need to know that what I have is what you have. That's all.
Yeah.
So this requirement, okay. 2 family dwellings only. So 1, 2, and 3 family, okay. Multi-dwelling, see section 3.2. 1 and 2 family only, A. Huh. Hmm.
so this really only clarifies what we've already done.
Just a chart.
Okay,
It doesn't really tie us into anything. It's just describing, it's just clarifying, it's cleaning up the chart to be
All right.
consistent with what these amendments are. So
okay.
I'm comfortable. I don't think we've read the motion, have we, Counselor?
I'm not.
Okay.
Do that? Okay. So I recommend to the city council to amend the zoning ordinance, section 3.2.1, dimensional requirement for 1, 2 family and 3 family dwellings by amending footnote A to read, this requirement pertains to 1, 2, and 3 family dwellings. For multi-family dwellings of 4 or more units, see section 3.2.2 as reflected in the drafted proposal, and I so move.
Second,
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion on this? Nope. All right, roll call vote. Counselor Gilman,
Yes.
Counselor O'Neill,
no,
Counselor Crowe, yes. All right. So now we're on to 7, 8, and 9. And since we didn't do 5, and these all together here, then it goes to number 7. 8
5
goes,
we tabled.
is that?
5 we tabled.
5 we tabled, but 7, 8, and 9. 8 and 9 goes to 5 and 7. So I just want to keep that in consideration when we do the motions. And number 8, excuse me, I believe just goes with number 7 as well. So we're on number 7.
So consistent with our conversation of number 5, should we table amendment 7 right now?
Well, let's at least read it out. The recommendation from the planning board was to recommend to the city council to amend zoning ordinance section 3.2.2 dimensional requirements for multifamily dwellings and their accessory uses other than signs by amending the maximum building height to 35 in the following zoning districts: R30, R20, R10, and R5, and amending the maximum building height to 45 feet in the following zoning districts CCD and CB as reflected in the drafted proposal. So, and again, we're talking about multifamily dwellings. We weren't specifically speaking about 4+ units because you could have 3 units above a property downtown in the CCD or Central Business District that's above a retail facility that would count as a multifamily. Actually, pretty much anything, isn't it, Greg? Is even a 2 unit is considered a multifamily above retail use, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So I would definitely say that if we want to be consistent with 5, we would hold off on the 35 foot. Even though that 30, 20, 10, and 5, we could separate them out and go discuss the maximum building height to 45 feet in the Central Civic Center District and the Central Business or Civic Center District and the Central Business. Is there an appetite to do that? To break them apart?
not for me, there isn't, but. Is Val frozen? No.
Deep in thought.
Yeah, I mean, I would be okay separating them and then voting them separately. Because one we might choose to table and one we might be willing to vote on tonight.
Well, I think since we've already set aside 35 feet, that I think we can make a motion to table that. And then we can separate it out to the maximum building for the 45 feet and just deal with that tonight, one way or the other. I think there's less impact from the MBTA communities on the Civic Center District than the Central Business because of the, well, I don't know about that. I'm not sure.
Oh, that's pretty close to the MBTA.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about what the actual impact would be. So should we have a motion to table the first part of that?
You mean the second part of it?
No, the first part where we're talking about the 35 feet. Because we held off on the 35 feet with the 3-family, 2-family, 1-family. Seems to make sense to hold off the 35 feet on the multifamily dwellings.
Um,
Can I just make a point
Yeah, fire away.
through the
Some
chair?
my
There's a
brain-
lot of linking of 7, 8, and 9 together. One relates to the height of multifamily in certain districts to 35, and then the other relating to the height of 45. The footnote relating to the allowed height, which needs to be modified if one or both of those was accepted, and then an amendment to 3.1.6 B relating to the amendments of 7, 8. And there's a joke in there somewhere about why is 8 afraid of 7? Because 7, 8, 9. So they're all together. So if you are looking to, again, table because of the discussion around height, they're kind of all related. So I don't know the real advantage to trying to pull them apart, because even if you pull apart 7 into 2 motions, they're all tied into 8 and 9. And you've
So,
done fabulous work tonight so far.
positive reinforcement. I'm sitting here
Yeah.
like numb. My brain is just.
And I
fried.
had to throw in the 7, 8, 9 because we already heard the muffin and the moose, and we heard a reference to Fern Gully tonight. So we had to put something in there.
Thank you for that, Greg.
Well, do we want to then taking that into account, do we want to, we can table this on the height and revisit it at the same time as we revisit the others. We've got the other 6 amendments, I think, with their changes that we've managed to make some progress on. I'd be willing to delay at least another meeting. We have the joint meeting on the 9th. We have a next P&D on the 16th. We don't have to bring these up at that point, but we could. And we could also wait to, no, we brought forward these motions so they can go to the full city council. The question is, do we want to have a public hearing on all of them at one time, or do we want to do them as we've made them? That's a question for you as president of the council. Do you want to?
Should we move to table 7, 8, and 9 right now and get that done with, and then?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So if we table 7, 8, and 9.
Yeah, so I move to table amendment 7. Can we just cite
Yeah,
that?
8 and 9. Just do that. It's fine.
I move to table 7, 8, and 9
As written.
as written.
Yeah.
Second,
Moved and seconded. Roll call vote. Val Gilman,
Yes.
Lucy O'Neill,
yes.
Jason Grow, yes. So that gives us some discussion now about next steps. We have 2 different amendments out of 1. We have amendment number 3, 4, 5, and 6. Then so we have 5 and 7, 8, 9 to resolve. The question I have for you is, are we going to take this to the city council as a full public hearing on these? Would we need to have a second public hearing on the motions that have been tabled? Do we not send them forward for the next council, move this public hearing until after the next P&D meeting and the MBTA meeting? That might give us some more clarity about whether or not we finish up at the P&D level before we bring them to the full council.
I mean, my preference, but we should talk about this because I don't want this to be my decision, is that we could move the ones that we've approved to public comment and public hearing and votes at the next city council meeting, because people are expecting that on the 8th if we're ready. And we said we're going to divide these up, and that we pause on the ones that we've tabled until such time that the guidelines are codified and sent to us. I just.
Or at least more clear, because
Or more clear. It could be, so either, it's either more clear or just so we understand
Yeah.
more. Right
think
now,
the-
we don't, and we're
my
grasping.
concern is that they potentially could be 2 years down the road. And, you know, we don't know how long the state's going to take to do this stuff. And I think as a council, we need to resolve these issues one way or the other, you know, within the council that is doing it. I don't want to kick it off to another council if we can't get our act together to make a decision before the MBTA stuff
Oh,
is.
right. No,
involved.
I wouldn't think that
Yeah.
we'd wait for more than, I don't know, Greg, a month and a half. I mean, what are you thinking, Greg? You know, you're more aligned with what the next step is once they get everybody's feedback, right? And,
Yeah, I mean, they have not indicated when they'll issue final guidelines, and that's really when we'll really be able to evaluate, you know, what the requirements are. You know, they're receiving testimony until May 31st. I honestly don't know what they're gonna do. Most of the presentations have not really wavered as much in terms of what they have been providing for guidance, but there's a lot of different, you know, there's agencies, there's you know, regional groups, there's all sorts of people are providing feedback on them. So I honestly don't know what it will look like on the other end. So again, it's like this back and forth of, these are independent, you know, they will have an impact. The planning board has provided their recommendation as to why to make the amendments as they stand. There is some, you know, there's certain things that could comply in some ways with the guidance of the guidelines now, but there's no certainty in that yet, again, because they're not finalized. So understanding a little bit of that context is what will happen next week. But again, you know, if this isn't the right approach, or a different approach is taken, or there's really not any, you know, appetite to even pursue it, those are all things that we have. We clearly have plenty of time to consider that.
right.
The minimum requirements are that there's a presentation around it. We provide some information about what our current zoning allows for. And then it's not until 2024 that we have to potentially have something in place if it's something that we pursue. So definitely time.
Okay, so, but there is a deadline of March 21st for the public to give feedback to the mayor.
Yes.
And anyone who's listening, I have this on my Facebook page, the zoning deadlines. March 9th is the presentation that we're gonna get. March 21st is the deadline for public comment to the mayor. And I have the link right there. And March 31st is the deadline for people to comment to the Department of Housing and Community Development on the mass.gov website. And I
Right.
have that there too. So, and then March 31st is Mayor Virgo will submit his comments to the DHCD also. So
Right. He'll have
what's the May is when the the MBTA
May is just when we have to provide the state with the fact that we have had an informational meeting with the city council. And there is a very simple online form that just provides information about our current zoning. So there's nothing committal about that. It's just, it is what it is at the time, and providing that information. It is a compliance step. So, and then from that point, once the final guidance is provided, you either provide an action plan of how you're going to potentially comply or not. That would be the next milestone.
So that's May 9th.
May 2nd, I believe, is when that form has to be submitted. And that's, again, it's not a complicated, it's an online through a web portal for, just to provide information about our current zoning.
But that's a definite decision date though, right? whether you're.
It's
gonna
not a
comply?
decision date. It's a simple filing that is just what our current zoning is.
Okay,
It doesn't require us to do anything other than that.
okay. And you file that, or does the mayor file that?
It'll probably be filed through the mayor's office.
Okay, okay.
All
So,
right, so let's get back to
yeah,
our
so I would
process.
say, why don't we put these items down on the P and D agenda for the first meeting in April? So that will be a month from now.
Talking
Just-
about the tabled items.
Yeah,
Okay.
just the tabled items, and we can decide if we need to table them longer or if we're
Right.
ready to move forward. So at least it's a placeholder, because there's been a lot of momentum. We've heard from a lot of people, you know, and
Yeah.
I think that would be helpful.
So
why
from
don't
a process point of view, can we divide the public hearing, or because we don't have the other amendments done yet,
Yeah,
so we can have
Why
that
not?
public hearing? What's that?
I think we can divide them up. I mean, as long as.
I think we should probably check with legal on that. It may be that we might provide another noticing,
Another advertisement?
another advertisement for the ones that aren't taken up in this current public hearing, because at some point you're going to say, we're closing the public hearing. And if you do
That's
that,
closed.
yeah.
It's closed.
So we just have to make it very clearly on the agenda
No, I
what
agree.
will be considered and what will be potentially renoticed.
Right.
Okay, so the public hearing on Tuesday will, we will do that for the amendments that we have
Right.
approved,
Okay.
or we voted. Okay, and I do want to add, Tracy, you're a new counselor. I want to remind everyone that anyone in this subcommittee is able to change their vote from how it was today. And that's why we have that extra information in the vote, because, you know, we will continue to listen to people. We will continue to hear the night of the public hearing. And then we learn from our own discussion with each other, right? And then we have an opportunity in the public hearing to ask questions again before we close the public hearing. So there's a lot more to the process, and you know, I think tonight we did a lot. And Jason, thank you for your preparation, and Greg for all your preparation. And
I see Greg is in the process of booking a vacation day on.
It was music to my ears to hear you say April, because maybe I'm just going to go away for a week.
We're going to see you on the 8th, my friend.
No, later in the month.
Can you just give me an opportunity right now? Sherry, would you just show the public, can you just log on and show the public, screen share the zoning amendment section and where they can get the MBTA document, which is right on that? Because, you know, I really want to get people looking at that, as that's our one-stop shopping, and we have done a really good job with that website. So if you don't mind just jumping onto our the city
Keeping in mind
council
that
website.
the MBTA is not going to be part of most of the discussions of these zoning amendments, because they don't
Right.
really relate to them.
No, I know, but
I just don't want to get, I don't want to get into this thing becoming an MBTA community public hearing, which is not what it is.
No,
Right.
you are correct, but I just want to show people where all this information is.
I also want to say something. We did a lot of talking about the website last night and how difficult it is to navigate. If you just type in the search bar, that's what I do.
Thank you,
And-
Tracy. Thank
You
you.
know, so I feel badly that
How
it
you
was,
search for ordinances and everything. It's amazing. You just go to
Right.
that little magnifying glass and you type it in, and all of a
yeah,
sudden.
so, you know, it is
Yeah.
difficult to navigate at times, but that search bar is, you know, helps a lot.
Exactly. So, Council Grow, do you mind if I walk through this?
Quickly.
So everyone, all the zoning amendment information is right here. Would you just scroll up, Sherry? It's got all of our packets, January 5th packet, minutes, Zoom recording, the planning director's presentation. It's got it again for January 19th, same things. February 16th was a meeting where we shared all of the 5 ward meetings. and presented that. And then we've got the ward meeting slides, which we showed in the ward meetings. And then we've got the summaries of the 5 ward meetings and the recordings of the 5 ward meetings. And then here on the bottom, you see, click here for the MBTA community zoning fact sheet. And that is what Tracy was referring to, with all the dates and all the links of how to participate in that. But that's a separate issue than, the things that we've approved tonight. And I just wanted to take the opportunity
That's great.
to show the public that, because
I
we've done a
wanna
lot of
ask-
work to have that all in one place.
I want to ask Sherry if you could, if it's not too much trouble, to put a compilation of the amendments that we have actually voted on tonight as a link on the page so that people can have them in advance of the public hearing. And so that they're speaking on the same script, same thing that we're actually discussing. That way all those motions can be absorbed over the next week and the city council will have them and everybody in the public can have them.
Yeah, that's a great idea. And just to kind of add to what Council Grow just said, our minutes for this meeting, our draft minutes from tonight's meeting will be in the packets, which will be posted on the website by Friday morning at the very latest. So you can go and see the draft minutes of these meetings in the packet. And if they're not in the packet, they'll be as a separate document on the city council.
They are
standing.
5 hours of meeting, so a minute. So we'll give Sherry a little grace time there to get them up. But all right, I think we should entertain a motion to adjourn. It's been 5 hours now, so in 8 minutes.
Thank you. And I will move that motion.
Second,
All right, roll call vote. Counselor Gilman,
Yes.
Counselor O'Neill.
yes.
I want to thank, before I say yes, I want to thank Greg for hanging in there. I want to thank Sherry for hanging in there.
Yes.
People don't understand how much time we exact from you folks, and I just want you to know that we know. So thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Sherry. Thanks, Greg.
I vote yes.
All right.
Good
Good
night.
night.
Have a good evening.
Thank
Right.
you.